Perfect. Yes, we can see you.
Wonderful. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency. My name is Valerie Nielsen. I'm the executive director here, and we're really excited to have you here. Really grateful for everyone who took the time to come here or to join us online. We're holding this this workshop, this training, hybrid. But it's great to see everyone in person too, especially after the pandemic, where we haven't seen each other for a long time, or maybe never even met in person. Very grateful to FDOT for making the time to come here to host this training. And so we're really looking forward to it. Everyone should have an agenda. And just a little housekeeping, we did put mics out on the table since we have folks online so that they can hear when we do introductions. I spoke with Jennifer. Questions will be just kind of organic as you feel the need to ask a question. Feel free to raise your hand. If you want to speak into the mic, you need to press the button so it turns red. And our bathrooms are out the doors to the right. We also have coffee and refreshments in the kitchen, a refillable water bottle station right outside as well. So yeah, we're looking forward to get started. I was thinking we could do maybe introductions around the room. Do you want to do that now or? Okay, so I introduce myself. I'll let Jennifer go next. There you go.
Oh, it's on now? Okay. My name is Jennifer Fortunis. I'm the director of the Office of Policy Planning.
Good morning. My name is Mike Neidhart. I am also with the Office of Policy Planning.
My name is Romero Deal. I'm also with the Office of Policy Planning Central Office.
Andrew Euler, Palm Beach TPA. Adrian Marquez, Polk TPO.
Alex Austin, Kimley Horn.
Jillian John, Space Coast TPO. Zoe McNeely, Space Coast TPO.
Kelly Boodoo, FDOT MPO Liaison.
Maria Jaimes, District 4 MPO Liaison.
Jennifer Shipley, Miller Lake with District 4.
Tony Norat, MPO Liaison Supervisor with District 4.
Good morning, everybody. Christine Fasiska, District 4 Transportation Planning Manager.
Laura Hart, Finance and Operations Manager, Palm Beach TPA.
Sarah Brown, Ocala Marion TPO.
Jessica Janet Lopez, Miami-Dade TPO.
Good morning, Mark Reichert. I'm the Executive Director of the MPO Advisory Council.
Marielle Limke, River to Sea TPO.
Colleen Nicklin, River to Sea TPO.
Dusty Hanson, Collier MPO.
Jessica Lopez, Palm Beach TPA, Procurement and Contracts Coordinator.
Caroline Chavarria, the Palm Beach TPA.
And we have some staff here as well. And Brian, would you like to introduce yourself?
Brian Risher, Palm Beach TPA.
Melissa.
Matthew Massa, Palm Beach TPA.
And Nathan George, Palm Beach TPA.
Melissa Murray, Palm Beach TPA.
And Marcia, would you like to introduce yourself? I think we had one more person join us. We have some seats up front if you'd like.
Good morning, everyone. Marcia Taylor Long, FDOT MPO Liaison for Palm Beach.
Wonderful. And one more. Welcome. Wonderful. All right. Well, with that,
we actually do we do have 23 people online. So
okay.
If you want, I can unmute all of them for them to introduce themselves, or they can just listen. I don't know what you guys would like to do.
Do you want to mention maybe
the names?
Yeah, so that
sure.
they
yeah, a lot of them don't have their MPO next to them, but we have Amber Simmons, Benita, Chelsea Favero from Forward Pinellas, Chris S., David Hutchinson, Doris LeMay, Elizabeth Watkins from Hillsborough TPO, Erica Thompson from FHWA, Francesca Taylor, Jennifer Tusi, I think, June, Laura Carter, Lori Schadinger, Maria Padovani, Mary Beth Soderstrom from HR TPO, Nancy Pearson, Rachel McLean, Sean Kingston from Collier MPO. I'm skipping a couple because I don't know their names. Taylor Laurent from Metroplan Orlando, Victoria Williams from FDOT and the Florida Turnpike Enterprise, and Wabette Hay.
Wonderful. Great. So Melissa is our public relations director. She'll be handling any online questions after we, so if you're online, feel free to raise your hand. And again, if you're in person, just this is an organic kind of training. So if you have questions, feel free to raise your hand as well. And I'll pass it over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Valerie. It's a pleasure to be here. This idea kind of formed earlier this year when we were sitting in a conference room with Valerie and some of the District 4 folks, and we were kind of going back and forth, and we busted out the markers and started writing on the whiteboard, and we were like, wow, there's so much here and so much to learn that let's have a workshop and let's kind of go over some of this stuff and have everyone be here so that they can ask questions and just kind of have a dialogue around some of this stuff, because it's very detailed and can get confusing at times. So I'm really excited that it's come to fruition. Thank you, Palm Beach TPA and Valerie, for putting all of this together, and the District 4 folks for helping us put the program together. And I do want it to be informal. So when questions arise, or if we're talking about something and you're not quite sure, just interrupt, raise your hand. We're happy to go through it. And the other thing that I wanted to do real quick before we get started is just to acknowledge something that's been in the news recently, which is a letter that Secretary Perdue has sent to the US DOT Secretary, stating that the Florida will not be turning in the carbon strategy reduction plan. I do want to just bring it up and also clarify that the plan did not have funding associated with it, so the funds were given to the districts prior to the plan being due, and projects that are eligible for those funds are programmed in the work program, and they will remain programmed in the work program. So I just wanted to address that first off and kind of get it off the table for our discussions today, since we are talking about different funding and all of the finance stuff. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me offline, and I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding the carbon reduction. With that, let's get started. I'm going to hand it over to Mike, who's going to kind of begin, and then I believe we'll start with the first agenda item. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. If you could advance to the next slide, please. Oh, there is. Oh, okay. Do I just point it or to the, okay. All right. Well, I think Jennifer did a wonderful job kind of setting the stage for why we are here. So I won't kind of go over this stuff, but this is kind of basically really to kind of get a sense to learn about a lot of the different management and eligible uses. We're going to be kicking off with a presentation from Dan Cashin fairly soon. But once Dan wraps up, and actually, this is the agenda for today. And once Dan wraps up, then we're going to go into the UPWP. And you might be kind of wondering, why are we talking about the UPWP? Well, that's really where all of this really starts. So we're going to do kind of a quick kind of overview of the UPWP. And then after that, we're going to start to get into why I think a lot of this workshop really kind of came about, to start talking about eligible uses of funds, what can we purchase, what can we not purchase. And then we'll kind of start to getting into, after, lunch, different funding, for the MPOs. And then we'll start to getting into commodities, goods, contracts. Again, a lot of the kind of meat and potatoes of why we are here. And of course, on day 2, we're going to be handing it over to our district partners. And so we'll probably do a little bit more of a deeper dive into what we're talking about today. But that being said, both today and tomorrow, we'll be kind of tag teaming back and forth because I'm sure there'll be questions that come up that are unique to yourselves that we might not be able to answer and our district partners will be able to help with. And then with that, I'm going to see if Melissa has anything that, or Valerie, if you'd like to mention anything about the use of Zoom and how the people that are participating in a hybrid format, how they can participate, via the chat.
Sure. So I think Valerie mentioned there is a Q&A that you can use for any questions that you might have. The speakers will let you know when it's time for questions, but feel free to type those in as you have questions along the way. You can also use the raise hand feature for questions.
Thank you, Melissa. And with that, we will get into our first presentation, pardon me, which will be by Dan Cashin. If Melissa, if you could bring Dan's presentation up.
I've got it with me here, Mike, so I will share my screen. I guess we have to stop sharing the other one first.
Okay, Dan, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Okay. Can you see my screen all right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank y'all for having me. My name is Dan Cashin. I'm the Finance Program and Resource Allocation Manager within the Department of Transportation's Office of Work Program and Budget. And today I want to give you a high overview of the financing for the department. I'm going to talk about state revenues, where they come from, how they're projected. Then I'll get into federal funding at a high level and talk about a couple of concepts. So we'll talk about apportionments, obligation authority, and constraint. And then we'll touch on advanced construction. I'll spend just a little bit of time on turnpike and tolls. And then I will wrap up with a discussion on the allocation process. So just to give you a high-level overview, the department has a 5-year work program totaling $64.3 billion. This is from the July 1st, 2023 adopted. As you can see, there's about 48% of that is funded with state revenues. 27% is from federal, and 20% is from turnpike and tolls. And I'm going to dive into each of those in a little bit more detail. So we'll start with the state transportation revenues first. And now this information is just a 1-year look, and it's projections for 2024, fiscal year 24. So you can see, 58% of our state revenues are from fuel taxes. So that's from both motor fuel and diesel fuel makes up the bulk of the 5.1 billion that we receive annually in state revenue. So 2.9 billion is from fuel taxes. About 30% of it comes from motor vehicle license related fees. So that's 1.5 billion. And then doc stamps, we get a portion of documentary stamp tax proceeds. So that's just shy of 10%. And then we get a little bit from the rental car surcharge, and then the local option distribution, which I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. These two slides, this one is just gives you the motor fuel tax rates. I felt like it was a good reference to put in this presentation. So, since gas taxes are the primary source of funding from both the state side and the federal side, I felt like it'd be important to know, what are the gas taxes and how much are they? So depending on where you live in the state, you could pay anywhere between, these are 2024 rates. So they're going to change. They're going to go to this on January 1st. You'll pay anywhere from 54.9 cents to 60.9 cents per gallon in taxes. So there's 18.4 cents of federal, 26.5 cents state, and then between 10 and 16 cents are local. And I'd like to point out that the state gas tax is indexed to the consumer price index. So it changes every year based on inflation. So it's going to go up to these numbers by 1.3 cents on January 1st. And then these are the diesel fuel tax rates. There's 61.8 cents throughout the state, 24.4 cents are federal, 26.4 are state, and then 11 cents for the local. All right, now I'm going to get into a little bit more detail on each of the revenues. So the state fuel taxes, this represents 58% of the state transportation revenues. The highway fuel sales tax, there's two taxes that roll into the state gas tax. So there's the highway fuel sales tax, which is 17.0 cents per gallon in fiscal year 24, and that's for both diesel and for motor fuel. And that makes up about $1.8 billion of the annual revenue that comes from the state into the State Transportation Trust Fund. The State Comprehensive Enhanced Transportation System tax, the SCETS tax, is 9.4 cents per gallon in fiscal year 24. The proceeds from this tax are required to be spent in the district where they're collected and to the maximum extent feasible in the county where they're collected. And the total revenue to the State Transportation Trust Fund from this source is projected to be a little over $1 billion in fiscal year 24. Both the highway fuel sales tax and the SCETS tax are indexed to the general rate of inflation, adjusted every January 1st. And it is a per gallon, it's a consumption tax. So it's a tax per gallon, not a percent of the total sale. So it doesn't change in relation to the price of gas. The off-highway fuel sales tax is 6%. Now that is a percent of the price, but that's it's a tax on diesel, and it only makes up about $18 million a year, and it's consumed in various off-road type activities such as railroads, commercial vessels, and construction equipment. Aviation fuel is 4.27 cents per gallon. There's also a refund aspect to this tax, and the net revenues after the refunds are projected to be around $28 million to the State Transportation Trust Fund in fiscal year 24. Okay, there's also motor vehicle license related fees that go into the State Transportation Trust Fund. That represents about 30% of the state transportation revenue. The Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles administer the collection of these fees. The Department of Revenue administers the collection of the gas tax related fees. So the license taxes, that's the annual license tax that we all pay when we register or renew our vehicles. So that is a pretty substantial revenue source. It's projected to be just over $900 million in fiscal year 24. The initial registration fee is, it's affectionately known as the New Wheels on the Road fee, and it's designed to primarily affect only those vehicle owners whose action results in a net addition to the registered vehicle stock. So if you have one vehicle and you add a vehicle to your household fleet, then you would pay the initial registration fee and just one-time fee for that. If you move into the state, when you register your vehicle in Florida, then you would pay that initial registration fee. If you trade the vehicle in and you sell one, you get one, then you wouldn't pay that fee, or you might pay it, and then when you sell the other one, then you could get a refund on the fee that you just paid. The revenue from this initial registration fee is projected to be just under $240 million in fiscal year 24. Then there's title fees for for each original certificate of title, and that amounts to about 320 million per year. Motor vehicle compliance penalties are that's primarily for overweight vehicles, so commercial motor vehicles, and then also safety violations, and that amounts to just under $15 million per year. Then we have the rental car surcharge, which is it's a $2 charge per day for the first 30 days, and the State Transportation Trust Fund gets 80% of the proceeds, so that amounts to about $135 million in fiscal year 24. The local option distribution amounts to 49 million in fiscal year 24, and what that is, there's a general revenue service charge to all of the revenues that are collected at the state level. And back in 2000, a senator proposed as part of the Mobility 2000 legislation to eliminate that general revenue service charge on the local option tax and direct that money to the State Transportation Trust Fund. And it's required to be used for the Small County Outreach Program and for the County Incentive Grant Program. So that's how that money is being used. So it amounts to $49 million. The documentary stamp taxes account for about 9% of the state's revenue. And there's a total of about $3.5 billion of documentary stamp taxes collected statewide. And a portion of that goes to the State Transportation Trust Fund. So in fiscal year 24, we're projected to receive just under $466 million. Okay. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about how these revenues are projected. So Florida has a consensus estimating conference process, and each agency is required to use the results of the estimating conferences to build when they build their budget. So you have to balance to those revenues. Each conference series takes about a month and a half to 2 months to complete. There are generally 3 conference series a year, and there are 5 conferences that we follow closely. So the National Economic Estimating Conference is actually scheduled for this afternoon. And then the Florida Economic Estimating Conference is scheduled for tomorrow. And then at the beginning of the year, we have the Highway Safety Revenue Conference. And then shortly after that, we'll have the Transportation Revenue Conference and then the General Revenue Conference after that. We actually participate in the Highway Safety Conference and the Transportation Conference. So the Highway Safety Conference projects the revenues for like the title fees, the license fees, those type of things, those fees that are administered by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. The transportation revenues are all the motor fuel consumption type fees and taxes. So they project the consumption of diesel and motor fuel that's projected to be collected or to be consumed. And then we actually have there's 4 agencies that have an analyst that project all the revenues, all the different revenues that are addressed in each conference. We're one of those agencies. And then the way it works is each analyst will make their projection. The conference principals, there's 4 principals, they will discuss and question the analysts, and then they will agree on a forecast. So all 4 of them will agree on a forecast. They may pick one analyst forecast, they may combine 2 forecasts, they may decide to go with the existing allocation, the existing projections, and not take any of their the analyst forecasts. And this is the information from these conferences that was used to develop the basis for the long-range transportation plan. So the growth rates for the long-range revenue forecast are what comes from these conferences. And pay close attention to the General Revenue Conference. We don't sit on that conference, but it's during that conference that they project documentary stamp taxes. So we get to see how much money is coming to the State Transportation Trust Fund from that conference. And this slide really applies to all revenues, not just state revenues, but it seems like it's a good place to mention that the department has a cash forecast and a finance plan, which balances projected revenues from the Revenue Estimating Conference and from other sources from the federal and the Turnpike and Toll sources against projected expenditures. So we look at all the projects that are planned in the 5-year work program, and we flow those out. We project when the payments are going to be made to the contractors, and then we match up those projected payments to the contractors with the projected revenues that we anticipate receiving from the revenue estimating conferences. So the work program is built based on a balanced financial plan. Projects begin before cash is available to pay for the project, and project estimates are converted into cash flows for the project. Excuse me, my light just went out in my office. And we compare estimated revenues against the expected cash flows. So as revenues change, we make adjustments to the fund allocations to ensure that we have a balanced program. All right, now we'll talk a little bit about federal sources. So about 27% of the total funding for the work program, the 5-year work program, is funded with federal funds. And we must adhere to both state and federal requirements. You know, there's 2 sets of rules that we have to follow in using the federal funds. So it's pretty much whichever set of rules is more stringent is the ones that we need to follow there. The motor fuel tax is the primary source of funding for both highways and transit projects, and the federal fuel tax is not indexed. So that's a primary difference between the state and the federal fuel taxes. There's also transfers from the general fund that have been happening with the last few transportation acts to fully cover the apportionments that are made in the Transportation Act. So the states receive federal apportionments and obligation authority from the Federal Transportation Act. And the act that we're under now is the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. The federal government provides us with a series of tables which show the amount apportioned for each program, some of which are population-based. We're then provided with obligation authority, which is essentially our spending authority. So federal funds work on a reimbursement basis, and we follow the federal spending rules. We have projects authorized as being eligible for federal funding. Then when the contractor bills the department, we pay the contractor and then get reimbursed from the federal government. So this is the simple explanation. It's actually much more complex than that. But getting into that would be a whole other presentation. So I just want to touch on the highlights there. This chart shows the annual apportionments broken out by the various federal programs. So you can see looks like there's 9 programs out there that total approximately $2.6 billion in federal fiscal year 24. Over the next few slides, I want to talk about 3 terms. So I want to touch on apportionments, obligation authority, and then obligation authority constraint. So apportionments are the funds provided annually by Congress for the various federal transportation programs. And while apportionments are provided annually, states have basically 4 years to use them. It's the current year plus 3 years is typical how that works. And there's some that are a little bit different than that, but that's pretty much for most of them. Apportionment represents the maximum cap for each program. It does not represent the true funds which can be spent to finance a transportation project. So the key item here to remember is that the apportionment is the maximum which may be used for each program. Okay, obligation authority is the next term, and sometimes you'll hear it called obligation limitation. In Florida, we call it obligation authority. This is the amount of federal budget authority provided to each state to actually finance and pay for projects. This chart illustrates how the amount of obligation authority we're provided is less than the apportionments that we receive. And obligation authority is flexible and may be used with any of the funds in the core federal programs. The obligation authority provided to each state is less than the sum of the apportionments for each of the programs. The total obligation authority provided to each state must be used by the end of the federal fiscal year or it lapses, it goes away. So this is a very important point. We all know the transportation needs in Florida greatly exceed the funding available to pay for them. So with that in mind, we should always be ready to utilize the federal funding which is available to us. And as a state, we do everything we can to avoid lapsing federal funds. And there's also a benefit to that. If you, at the end of the federal fiscal year, the Federal Highway Administration will distribute unused obligation authority to the states that can quickly use it. So if we have used all of our obligation authority or have a plan to use it all, then we will be eligible to receive additional obligation authority. And we take advantage of that every year. So, so constraint is the next term I want to get into a little bit more. Simply, the obligation authority constraint is the difference between the sum of the apportionments and the obligation authority that we've been provided. So it's the amount of the apportionments that are annually allocated to states which cannot be spent on projects. So as you can see in this chart, constraint is the difference between the two, and a portion of each year's apportionment is constraint. Now, constraint can be shifted around. You can apply it to different programs. You don't have to apply it proportionally, and we don't. So, for example, we don't constrain the urbanized fund. So we don't constrain the SU or the PL. So we're trying to be good partners and not put constraint on your urbanized funds. But that means that there's more constraint placed on other programs, on other funds. Okay, the key takeaway from this part of the presentation is the importance of having a healthy list of feasible projects which are ready to obligate in order to maintain your current levels of funding or apportionments which are available for programming. To maintain the amount of funding which is not constrained, you must have sufficient projects ready to obligate to ensure consumption of your obligation authority annually. And as I mentioned before, obligation authority is flexible. We're provided a total amount of obligation authority for all programs for the year, and we have significant needs in the state that I've already said, and we're going to use all the resources that are provided to us. So we need to be ready to consume any additional obligation authority that we have, and that at the end of the federal fiscal year, the Federal Highway Administration will come to us and maybe with 3 or 4 weeks remaining in the year and say, how much more obligation authority can you use? And we want to be in a position to have a lot that we can ask for. So I think this last year we got in the range of $400 million of obligation authority. So one tool that we have that helps to ensure that we can have sufficient projects is advanced construction. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about that. And simply, advanced construction is it's a technique which allows the Federal Highway Administration to authorize a project without obligating federal funds. So it's a tool which provides us with greater flexibility and allows us to accelerate or advance projects. In doing this, we use state funds, not federal funds, while maintaining eligibility to be reimbursed with federal funds at a later date. So early on, AC was used to help transition between federal fiscal years. And often states faced a situation where they have used all their federal funds for the year and for a particular program, and would be in a position where they couldn't move forward on other projects. So AC allows us to advance projects until federal funds become available in the new year. Also, if we have a healthy inventory of projects in AC mode, and we do, they can be quickly converted to the regular federal fund to consume any additional obligation authority if and when it becomes available at the end of the federal fiscal year. All right, this is how it works. The project is authorized with Federal Highway Administration, so any costs from this point forward are eligible for federal reimbursement as long as the federal funds and obligation authority is available. Once the project is authorized, work begins on the project and we start to incur costs. As we need to consume obligation authority, or if we are ready to get reimbursed, we convert all or a portion of the AC project to the regular federal fund and obligate the federal funds. And then we get reimbursed whenever we have incurred the costs.
Dan, we do have a question from David Hutchinson. He has his hand raised, if that's okay
Sure.
for you to answer.
Absolutely. Go ahead, David.
Great. Thanks, Dan. My question is, shouldn't all AC commitments involving SU funds or any other funds that are slated to be spent on MPO prioritized projects be coordinated with the MPO before they're committed in the work program, or in conjunction with them being committed in the work program? That's my question. Thanks.
So and I'm not really the one to talk about the coordination between the MPO at that level. I just don't get to that level. I'm more of the higher level of making the allocations and trying to give advice on how to not to lose the funds.
Great. Well, we want to support that, but sometimes we find out about AC funding on a project involving funds that are supposed to go to MPO priorities, or there's a certain amount that's supposed to go to MPO priorities and it's already in the work program before we hear about it. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Hey, Dan, this is Christine Fasiska with FDOT District 4. I might be able to at least share what I know about the ACSU funds. So
great. Thank you.
In programming, if you were to look at the 5-year work program, you would see the fund code of, excuse me, ACSU as opposed to just SU. So I like to think of it as a placeholder. So it's a placeholder and it'll eventually be converted to SU. My understanding is once it's converted to SU, we don't need to do any type of TIP amendment or modification because it's slotted to be SU. I can share with you what what District 4 does with our MPO partners is we work with our partners annually when they submit their list of priority projects, and we will share with them during the draft tentative work program development what projects will be funded with SU funds, what will be funded with SA funds, which are all federal funds, and then what will be funded with either state funds. So as we're working through that programming, we share that information with our MPO partners. So I would imagine that they have a good understanding, and I'll open it up to the TPA or any other District 4 MPOs on the line, but they have a general understanding of what funds will be used on what projects. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, but that's how we kind of operate in District 4.
No, that's helpful. This is probably an example of a work program issue where a better consistency in the application around the state might be helpful. Thanks.
All right, thank you, David. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate it. All right, are there any more questions before we move on?
Yes, Dan. Hi, Dan. Thank you. This is Andrew at the Palm Beach TPA. Just since we're on this topic, at the end of every fiscal year, we're required as MPOs to show an obligation report. And this advanced construction program is a great program, but the story in that obligation report it's really tough to decipher how things are being spent because with this program, for example, the Advanced Construction National Highway Performance Program is a big share. And when the funds are spent from the state side a couple years ago on a project, and then they're finally reimbursed with the federal funds a couple years later, they show up in the obligation report for that fiscal year. And so we'll have a big lump that comes in of federal funds that were spent in our county. And it can be really hard to show sort of that transition from AC and NP funds and then showing that reimbursement later on. So if there's a way for FDOT to maybe, if there's a tracking mechanism on that, that we can, look at, that would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. And what's happening in that situation, the state is taking we're able to advance the project. So we're if say it's a $50 million project, maybe only a portion of that $50 million is being flipped over to the regular federal fund. So we're able to do more projects. We're able to kind of engage in more federally funded projects or federal eligible projects than we would otherwise be able to do. And then as that project gets into the second or third year where it's really starting to, where the work is really starting to pick up on it, maybe on a big project the first year, we might only bill 5% of the total cost of the project in the first year, and then that second year maybe you do 10%, and then a little bit more in the third and fourth years. So when you get to that third year, you've built up a lot of expenditures, and that may be when it makes sense for the department to flip the fund to the federal fund. So it's helping the whole state out by doing it that way. But I get your point about the reporting and making sure that you're aware of it so that you can understand what's coming and what you're going to be having to report on. All right. Any other questions?
Hey, Dan, this is Mark. How you doing?
Good, Mark.
Hey, as long as I've been around, there's still one thing that I've never quite understood, and that's the purpose of obligation authority. Why does Congress give you $1 but only tell you can spend 80 cents of it?
Yeah, I know. It'd be nice to get the whole amount. I gather that it's probably, probably has to do with the actual revenues that they have coming in. The state has a similar situation with the state budget, but they call it release of budget, but they typically release 100% of the state transportation trust fund budget every year. So it sounds like it's a common practice. We don't usually get impacted by it at the state level since the state gives us 100% release, but it's an additional control on the funds. And they put out the apportionments 5-year, it's a 5 or 6 year act. They put that out all at once, and then they don't necessarily know how the revenues are going to come in. So they give us, obligation limitation to kind of restrict the spending, as we're going. That's all I can think of is it's a way to control and make sure that they don't exceed a certain annual level of spending. All right. Any other questions before I move on? All right. Well, we'll have time for more questions as they come up. So just to wrap up the advanced construction, um, it's important to have sufficient projects to meet the federal fund allocations as well as the AC targets that we have established. We need to have sufficient production to meet the obligation authority. And if you don't, then you'll naturally have your funds constrained. So the department is going to consume all of the obligation authority that we have every year. And if you don't have enough projects to consume the obligation authority that is tied to your funds to the funds that you guys were dealing with, then we have no choice but to use that obligation authority that was supposed to be on those funds for another purpose, and essentially that constrains you. So we try to start out without having any constraint on SU or on PL, but we've removed all the constraint on the SU, and that puts more constraint on other funds. And it's important that all the urbanized areas be prepared to have projects planned which fully consumes all of the SU that you've got. So if you have a healthy list of projects, you'll be in a good position to consume all of the obligation authority and possibly have constraint reduced in other areas. All right, so now we'll touch on turnpike and tolls. So I just have one slide on this. About 20% of our program is funded with toll revenues. And so that's, turnpike and tolls. The turnpike is completely self-sufficient. All of the resources collected by the turnpike, tolls and concessions, are used on the turnpike system. We also have non-turnpike department-owned facilities, such as Sunshine Skyway, Bridge, Alligator Alley, Pinellas Bayway, I-95 Express, those type of facilities. Tolls from those facilities are used to support the toll facility, the operations and maintenance of the facility, as well as the expansion and improvement of the facility. And then if there are excess tolls, usually this takes a number of years to come up, for the facility to mature and be in a position where there are excess tolls. Those resources are used for projects on the state highway system in the area where the tolls were collected. So the turnpike and non-turnpike toll facilities have contractors conduct traffic and revenue estimates, and there are limits to how much bonding is allowed on those facilities. And this is done to ensure the toll facilities maintain a favorable bond rating to get the lowest interest rates on the bonds we do sell. And this also protects the investments that the bondholders are making by investing in toll revenue-backed bonds. All right, now I want to get into how we allocate funds in general, and that is how the department allocates the resources that it's been provided. We all see the list of projects which are included in the work program. However, many of us have questions concerning how the allocations were made in the first place. So clearly, the department must focus on a statewide transportation system, as is mentioned in the mission of the department. In addition, Florida statutes provides prevailing principles, which must be considered as the department plans and develops an integrated, balanced, statewide transportation system. The statewide transportation funding priorities are specified in Florida statutes and are consistent with the Florida Transportation Plan. This is just a brief summary of the funding priorities. Safety is our top priority. It's a part of everything we do. There's not really a separate safety allocation. It's built into our designs and the way that we construct the facilities. Next, the resources are allocated to ensure the existing transportation system is adequately maintained. So we carve out enough to make sure that the bridges are safe for travel, resurfacing, that pavement 90 or 80% of pavement meets department standards, and that the maintenance rating is met. And at the same time, we ensure the resources are allocated in accordance with the statutory requirements. There are many statutes which specify exactly how resources must be used, and this is really the main focus of this part of the presentation. And then the remainder is allocated 75% to the strategic intermodal system and 25% to the districts according to the statutory formula. So the statutory formula is based on 50% population and 50% motor fuel tax collections. So now I'm going to go into more detail on that third bullet, the statutory requirements piece of it. For every requirement identified in the statutes or by department policy, we establish a fund code or a target. The fund codes help us monitor the program and enable us to show how we're complying with the various transportation funding laws. So we have approximately 275 active fund codes. There's actually 277 at the moment, but they fluctuate. Sometimes they're added, sometimes they're subtracted. For each fund code, there are guidelines concerning how, excuse me. For each fund code, there are guidelines concerning how the resources and allocation for those funds are supposed to be used. As the districts and central office units are building the work program, we must ensure that the projects are being programmed to meet the requirements of the fund code which is being used. So, for example, in documentary stamp taxes, in 2005, a bill was passed which provided the department with the proceeds from documentary stamp taxes. The bill specified how the resources are to be allocated. 10%, there's a limit, there's a whole flow for the doc stamps, and there's about, there's just shy, I think, of $4 billion of documentary stamp taxes collected, but it flows down and there's a cap for how much the department can get. So there's 466.75 million is the cap on how much can go to the State Transportation Trust Fund. So 10% of that goes to the New Starts Transit Program, 10% goes to the Small County Outreach Program, and then of the remainder, 75% goes to the Strategic Intermodal System, and then 25% goes to the Transportation Regional Incentive Program. But the first 60 million of that goes to the Florida Rail Enterprise, and then the remaining amount goes to the regular trip program based on the statutory formula. Then another example, in 2015, Section 320 of the statutes was amended to provide the department with a greater percentage of the initial registration fee revenue that was collected. So we went from 44.5% of that revenue to now receiving 85.7%. So now this was done at the same time that there was a bill that reduced the amount of revenue coming to the State Transportation Trust Fund from doc stamps. So the programs that are in there are very similar to what's funded with the doc stamps. Except for the non-motorized trails, that was an add to it. So 50 million of that revenue stream goes to non-motorized trails, 3.4% goes to the New Starts Transit, and so on. You can see there's statutory requirements for each of those. This slide just shows all of the statutory required allocations. You can see down at the bottom, there's just shy of $5.3 billion projected to be collected in fiscal year 25. 1.5 billion of that, or just short of 29%, is required to be allocated for a specific purpose. And then you can see the part that actually goes to the area where it was collected are down at the bottom. The rental car surcharge goes back to the district where it was collected. So there's 122 million projected to be collected in fiscal year 25. And then 1.1 billion of the SCETS tax goes back to the district where it was collected and hopefully used to the maximum extent feasible in the county where it was collected. Some other allocation requirements there. there are many other state and federal laws that require the department to allocate funds in a specific manner. This slide provides some examples of federal requirements. So you can see the federal transportation management areas with population of 200,000 or greater. So that's your SU funds. The urban funds, it's SU, CAR-U, and TAL-U. It's really all of those. The urban funds, which are in a population of greater than 50,000 and less than 200,000. That's the SL funds, or the TALL, or CARL. Those three are in that grouping, and that's a new breakout in the IIJA. And then it used to be between 5,000 and 200,000, and then they broke that out into two separate groupings. So the part that's 5,000 to 50,000 now is the SM, and that's the new fund code. So there's SM, TALM, and CARM. And then federal rural funds are the for population greater than 5,000, and that's SN, TALN, or CARN are the funds with those designations. So I hope this part of the presentation has helped show how we are required to allocate the resources which have been made available for transportation. Clearly, there's many laws which must be followed in allocating resources and programming projects, and simply we program the resources made available to us in accordance with the state and federal law. We're grateful to Florida's elected officials that have recognized the importance of investing resources to first preserve the existing transportation system. This ensures that the roads are well maintained and the bridges are safe for travel. And sadly, not all states are this fortunate. And that concludes the presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dan. This is Andrew again.
Sure.
So you mentioned toll revenues, and for federal eligible funds, highway and transit requires a match. And it's my understanding that the state has toll revenue credits for that match. Can you explain, sort of in simple terms, how that works?
Yeah, so the expenditures that we have on toll facilities are eligible for toll credits, and toll credits don't give us any more revenue. They don't give us any more federal funds. They just make it so that we can use 100% of the federal funds that we have on federal eligible projects. And so every year we go through a process where we look at the turnpike and the department-owned toll facilities, and we calculate the eligible expenditures that they have made that are eligible for us to claim toll credits. And if the state has spent more state funds on transportation than we have in the average of the prior 3 years, then we meet what is called the maintenance of effort calculation, and then we'll be eligible to claim toll credits. So we have met that. There was a time where the economy was down and we didn't meet that for 3 years, but generally we have met that requirement. We were very close in meeting it the last 2 years, but we have been eligible to claim toll credits. So there's a match required when you use federal funds, and this pretty much eliminates that match requirement. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
Okay, sure. What other questions do you have?
Hey, Dan, this is Mark again. I just want to give you guys a shout out, and maybe you can talk a little bit about the Florida Tax Primer. That is an excellent resource for understanding the different transportation revenue sources in Florida.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Yes, we have that on our website. It is an excellent document. It was done well before I became the head of this office, and we keep it going. We'll be publishing the new one in a couple of weeks. We'll have that out there. It's currently on my desk to be reviewed, so it'll be out there soon. Thank you, Mark. I'll provide a link to it when I send the presentation out. I'll provide a link to the primer.
We do have a question online from Mary Beth Soderstrom. She's asking, who or how is it determined what programs the toll credits are applied to?
The toll credits are applied to, well, it's any, and this gets a little bit outside of my area, but I believe that it's any federal, certainly the federal highway side is eligible. And then I know now that some transit projects are eligible for matches also. But yeah, I don't, we can find that question. We can find out the answer to that.
David, go ahead.
Let's see. I believe the toll credits are supposed to be spent first on repayment of any investments made on those toll facilities, and then they're shared with the jurisdictions in which the facilities are located, and there are some strings attached or provisions as to what types of facilities can be funded. But if that helps.
Yeah, the toll credits they're mostly, I mean, the bulk of the credits are from the turnpike. I mean, there's just not a whole lot generated from the other department-owned toll facilities don't generate a whole lot.
I was thinking about the toll revenues, but the toll credits are used to meet the match requirements for our PL funding, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I guess that's a broader question than just, excess toll revenues or toll revenues generally.
Oh, so toll revenues. Okay, yes. Toll revenues are used for the toll facility. So they're primarily to operate and maintain and expand the toll facility. Now, if the toll facility gets to a point where they are generating excess revenue above what is needed to maintain and expand the facility, then those revenues are supposed to be used in the county or counties where the tolls were collected on the state highway system, in those counties or counties, the county or counties where they were collected. Now, there are multiple statutes that govern that, and so it depends. There's a lot of it depends on which facility it is. So like Alligator Alley has different requirements, and there's the Everglades restoration comes into play for Alligator Alley. But yes, so the toll revenues have to be used on the facility that it supports. The toll credits are more of a benefit to the department and our partners, you guys as well, to eliminate the requirement for the match. So we can use 100% federal funds on a project rather than having to carve out a certain amount of state funds to match the federal requirement.
This is Jennifer. Yeah, thank you, Dan. And I just wanted to clarify that when you talk about toll revenues, you're talking about those revenues on department-owned toll facilities. So
yes,
this would be like express lanes and other toll facilities, not the turnpike.
Yes. Yeah, the revenues for the turnpike go back into the turnpike facility and are not used off the turnpike. Yeah, good point, Jennifer. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Melissa's saying she doesn't see anything online. So
okay.
Thank you so much, Dan. I mean,
sure.
It's a very complicated process. to put all of that STTF and the transportation funding together. So you've been able to condense it down, and hopefully we can digest it. We really appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Next up, let's have some fun with the UPWP.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to really appreciate Dan for taking the time today to give us that kind of background and briefing. A lot of what Dan was really talking about is really getting towards the financing and the funding of our actual projects. Those items that wind up in all of our TIPs or the department's work program, or also in the MPO's long-range transportation plans. I would like to just take one quick little sidebar. And one of the items that Dan talked about when he was talking about the revenue estimating conferences or those consensus conferences. Dan did mention that that was the same information that we used in the long range plan, or what we are calling the 2050 revenue forecast. So all of what Dan was talking about, those revenue estimate conferences, that was the base information that went into building that 2050 revenue forecast that each of you will be using for your long-range transportation plans. And it's also the same revenue forecast that the department is using to build its 2050 SIS cost feasible plan project. So I did kind of want to do that little bit of a tie-in of how what Dan was talking about really does relate into the planning process that we all do, whether it be for our TIPs or for the long-range transportation plans. Now we're going to kind of switch gears a little bit and talk about the UPWP. It's like, I don't know if the, not switching. Yeah. If the, no. All right. Well, thank you, Melissa. Looks like we're having a little technical. I don't know if the battery might have gone out. If you could just advance to the next slide, please. Oops. Oh, well, we can start here. But before we do this, I do want to kind of mention everything that we're going to be talking about here within the UPWP can really be found pardon me, can really be found in Chapter 3 of the MPO handbook, or its long name, the MPO Program Management Handbook. So we're going to be just kind of summarizing a lot of the information here. But since we thought that all the MPOs will be starting to kick off the update and the development of your new 2-year UPWPs, and this is also where all of the financing for the MPOs in the operation and the planning work really starts for the MPOs. We thought this would be kind of a good little refresher course. And one of the things we thought we would do through each of these sections is we would start off with a fairly softball kind of question that probably most of you should be able to answer readily. Then we'll go through kind of what we're going to talk about. And then at the end, we'll have this little more difficult questions, a little more nuanced, and we'll get into a little bit of a discussion. And for a lot of these discussions, Romero and I will be kind of tag teaming, kind of going back and forth. So our first question, this is kind of, again, our little kind of softball question, which we think probably all of you should be able to answer. But the question is, the UPWP covers what length of a time frame? And for this, we just like to maybe get some hands up in the air and to see if you can start making this a little bit more interactive. Yeah. I see a hand. 2 years. Does everyone agree with that, or is there anyone has any other thoughts or ideas? You all agree? Okay. Well, next slide, please. You are correct. 2 years. Again, these first questions are always kind of meant to be something that most of us would probably know. But anyway, it's just a way to kind of get us talking, so we're not just kind of, you don't get kind of, just sitting there in your seats, for however many hours we'll be here today, but get a little chance for us to kind of interact with each other. So next, okay, we have it up. And so really as, pardon me, I have a little bit of a tickle in the back of my throat, so I might be coughing a little bit. But as we mentioned earlier, the UPWP is a 2-year process. It includes tasks for the 2-year period, which that's what all of you will be starting to work on soon. And it identifies, your future activities, all the different deliverables that you will have over that 2-year period. And very important, it includes your budgeting and your funding sources for each of those tasks. And also for each of those tasks, you'll be laying out a schedule. Next slide, please. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the timing. Of course, some of you may have already kind of kicked off your process, may at least started to think about what you want to do. But for many MPOs, the process really kind of starts to kick off. Thank you. Appreciate that. Really starts to kind of kick off in January. So we thought this would be a good time to really start to talk about this. By mid-March, each of the MPOs will have submitted their draft UPWP for review. And then by the middle of April, you should have comments back on that draft document. And then that gives you the half of April and then half of May. So you have that month to work and to address any of those comments. And then once the draft is completed, the districts have 10 days to take a look at that document, and then by July 1, the district will provide any comments on that document back to the MPO, and then in June, the district will request a PL funds, the PL funds authorization. And then by June 30th, the MPO and the districts will work together in a collaborative fashion to kind of resolve any minor issues that might have been outstanding. And then this is also where our federal partners, both Federal Highway and Federal Transit, will approve or reject the final UPWP by June 30th, because this is the one federal document that the MPOs do that actually takes effect as of July 1. This next section is about what actually needs to be in your UPWPs. Again, this information can all be found in section 3.5 of the MPO handbook. So none of this will be new to you, but again, just a kind of a brief primer. Of course, you'll have your introduction. And then in the next section, you'll talk about the organization and management of your MPO. Then the meat and potatoes of the UPWP are the tasks themselves, and then the budget tables. Then, of course, you will have appendices that will include a lot of those required documents, such as your statements and assurances. But again, the meat and potatoes of your UPWP will be those tasks and the budget tables. And with that, I'm going to let Romero, he's going to come in and talk a little bit, and thank you for the water.
All right, good morning, everybody. So now we're going to get into this meat and potatoes of you all's UPWP. So we have a code of federal regulations that explains the necessary information that's required to be a part of your UPWP. So we would like to know who will perform the work, the schedule for completing the work, the end product, the proposed funding and activity tasks, and that summary, which is the total amounts, and what sources are you doing federal and matching funds. Next slide. So here's a good example of a task description that meets all of those requirements. We have the end product, which is the transportation systems management operation master plan. We have the purpose, we're explaining the purpose of this project. And then we have those key tasks that you see. Then we have the schedule. So we've seen somewhere some of these areas were left blank or not provided, which kind of sometimes can cause a red flag. So the goal is to have all these requirements met. We have the estimated costs. Who's doing the work? So we have consultant and then the funding source, which is SU funds. So this is just one good example of a task description that should be in UR's UPWP. We have a question, Jennifer.
I have a question. So what happens if the schedule goes beyond the UPWP timeframe?
Well, we can do a modification amendment depending on if it's affecting the funding, but we just do a quick modification for that to do a time extension. And we're going to get into that when we have a revision form that you can use to change the time frame for that particular task. Good question, Jennifer. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next. Now we have a bunch of tables, so I want to make sure we kind of are clear on the different tables you're about to see. So this first table is an example of the task budget table. So if you can see closely, we have the different funding types, PL, SU. We have the federal highway, the FTA funds. And so it gives a kind of a full breakdown of your budget table. We have also the breakdown for year one of your new UPWP, tongue twister, and year two of those funding budget tables. And so again, you can see you have the fund source at the top, the source level, and then the contract number where those funds are being placed. You have a question, Mike, or a statement?
Not a question, but I did kind of want to kind of highlight something on this slide here. So you'll notice that that we show the FHWA, which is really the PL and the SU funds. But this table also shows the FTA 5305D funds. And then many of you are probably going, well, why are we showing that? Because we've converted all of our FTA funds as part of the consolidated planning grant. Those should now just show up as PL funds. Why are we showing a table that shows the FTA funds? Well, many of the MPOs still have the old outstanding PTGA funds, which is really the FTA funds, and they haven't been totally spent down yet. So I just wanted to kind of highlight if you might be looking at this and saying, well, that's an old slide. But no, there are many of the MPOs that still have this and that you'll want to be spending those funds down so we can eventually get them off the books. And then probably another UPWP cycle or after that, all of those old PTGA grants will be all gone, and then it will just show up as our FHWA, PL, and SU funds. But I just kind of wanted to highlight that. So if anyone was kind of thinking, well, why are we showing that?
I have another question. So the contract number, is that a contract number for the contract between FDOT and the MPO, or is that a contract number for the MPO's contract with the consultant?
The FDOT MPO agreement number.
Okay.
And we're going to get into that as well today.
Okay.
And also, we have been working with our MPO liaisons. We run a report on the current PTGA funds. So we've been working with liaisons to make sure that the MPOs are spending those funds down. And if we see maybe a high balance, they're reaching out to you all, the MPOs, to see what's the status and plan is with those funds. Question, Tony?
Those FTA funds do have an expiration date, correct?
Yes.
David Hutchinson just left a comment for Jennifer that says last year we had consultant tasks that extended into the next UPWP period, contract with one number, and we had to end the task, deobligate funds, wait for funds to be re-encumbered and authorized, then resume the task. This was very unwieldy and slowed the delivery of final product significantly.
So I'm thinking, David, you're responding to the question that I asked about when something goes beyond the time frame of the UPWP. Is he allowed to, can he verbally
Dave, can you
agree?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so you're saying that you experienced delays because of the process?
Yes, we had to end everything when our contract ended and then wait for the next one.
So Dave, are you asking for like a better process, or how can we try to avoid that? If you have a project that's needs to go past the ending of year 2 of your UPWP agreement?
Well, we just thought that since construction projects and other contracts do extend multiple fiscal years, and there's no cutoff, and this is supposed to be a continuing collaborative process, that that the apparently it was Department of Financial
Services.
Management, DFS, Services.
Department of Financial Services, yes.
Yeah, that they had required that they not extend into multiple contracts. That our UPWP, we had to cut everything off. And of course, since we were deobligating funds, then that doesn't just those, we could have used other funds to resume the tasks sooner. But if we had certain SU funds that we were allocating to those studies, what you said we could do, which is just put a different extension date on it, we were not allowed to do. Now, maybe that's been fixed, because in the old days, we had 5-year contracts in place. And so the UPWPs were not, the 2-year period, or back then, 1-year period. You had lots of things that extended beyond 1 year. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see how that application occurs, since your answer sounded different than what our recent experience was.
So, David, it kind of depends when you're doing a time extension, if it's also a thing also pending with funding. So, if you're just doing a time extension, that shouldn't be an issue. But if you're also going to be billing during that time extension that goes over the next fiscal year, then that's what will cause the problem where you have to stop.
Okay, good. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yes. And, we'll keep going. So we have another table next. So here we have a summary budget table, and here you see the different tasks broken down. Again, same thing, contract numbers, the funding sources, the source level, federal, state, local, the fiscal year for fiscal year 1 and 2. We're still showing the PTGA funds, federal funds. This table is also available on our MPO partner site library. And again, this just gives a full breakdown of each task and what those allocation amounts plan to be for each year. Any questions on this table? All right, our next table is going to be a funding source table. This is going to break down the different sources of funding. Again, it's still going to have, it's going to show the Federal Highway, PL, SU, as well as your PTGA funds. And again, we have the soft match, your federal, state, and local. And it's also breaking down year 1 and year 2 for those funding sources that are provided in allocation amounts. Any questions on this table? All right, well, we're finna get to some fun parts now. We have some questions. Yeah, we want to, oh, you have a question before we ask the question? Go ahead.
Yes, Dusty Collier, MPO. I was wondering, we did get draft allocations for the upcoming UPWP, I think from MPOAC. Is there a specific time that we get a final allocation so we know exactly what's in our UPWP, or is that in line with the process of submitting the draft to FDOT for review?
You said that one more time. You said that you want to know your final allocation?
For the UPWP allocations, how likely are they to change from when we get our draft allocations, which we've already received, between when we submit our proposed UPWP to FDOT?
You back.
More than likely, your PL won't change. And then I'm not sure about the SU.
Yeah, work with our work program.
But we'll mark that as a question. We're going to have our work program person on this afternoon after lunch. So I'll put a note to ask him that when we start. Thank you.
Another question, Andrew.
Yep, thank you, Andrew, Palm Beach TPA. In your example table for the budget breakdown, you mentioned a few activities there. Maybe we'll go back. This is an okay example.
With the tasks?
Sorry, yes. So this, for example, there's personnel, consultant, travel, direct expenses. I know in our UPWP we have a few other categories like that. Is there a sort of required set amount, like categories out there for any standard on that? Because we have a few other ones, graphics and advertising, and a few other breakdowns. And I'm wondering if that should all be lumped in to make it a little easier on ourselves when it comes to processing changes.
I mean, if it can fall in one of those tasks, yes. But if it's the current task doesn't fit, then yeah, we need to be a separate task that can explain again the purpose of it.
Right. So I guess, Melissa, can you go back one more slide? So here's the example. You have a personnel, consultant, travel, direct expenses, supplies, and equipment. So I was just wondering about like the minimum amount of sort of rows to have, and sort of how things get categorized like that. Like, are these the ones that go by? Should we be adding more? Okay, but there's no set requirements about, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Last time when we went through this process, there was a requirement to have a separate row for the audit expenses. Is that still required?
For audit expense?
Mm-hmm.
We need to look into that. What type of audit was that for you when the MPO did audit?
Yes, the annual audit.
Okay. We'll look into that. Any more? Okay, so our first question we have, when does FHWA and FTA approve the final UPWP? And does anybody know the date for that?
June 30th.
Everybody agree? I heard another date.
Anyone else?
July 1.
July 1.
I hear a lot of whispers.
So how many people, by raise of hands, how many people think it's June 30th? Okay. How many people say July 1? Now, I've only saw about 5 hands go up between the two questions. So there's more than 5 people in the room. Come on. Let's try one more time. June. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I think they're trying to raise their hands for the dates, not with the question.
Okay.
All right, we're going to show that answer. June 30th.
June 30th.
All right, we talked about this in the beginning. What information is required to be in the UPWP? So I'm looking for a few answers. We have about 5 options. Well, we have 5 requirements, actually, not options. Does anybody have one off the top right now? Yes, that is correct.
The schedule.
Schedule, yes. That's 2. I got 3 more I need. Give me more. What do you task?
Budget.
Yeah.
The source of funding.
There we go.
Yeah.
So this is like Jeopardy. It needs to be closer to what we're looking for. Yeah. So I'm missing one.
David Hutchinson says work task descriptions and timelines.
Yes.
Budget.
Yes. I'm still missing one.
Why don't you give him a hint?
What is the purpose of
deliverables?
Well, close. Yeah, the product. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. Judges. We'll take that. Yes. So again, who's doing the work? The schedule, the timeline, the product. proposed funding that by activity task, and then the summary total amounts, source of federal funding. Thank you all. So I'm going to pass it back to Mike, and we're going to go over now about revisions.
Thank you, Romero. Oh, Colleen has a question.
Yeah, just a quick question before you move into revisions. When we talked about the timeline for development of the UPWP with the draft, we get comments back on the 15th, but then we have April 15th, then we have to submit the final by May 15th. Well, given our schedule of board meetings, that means that I have one day to turn it around to go to my CAC-TCC and a week to turn it around to go to my board, because my board meets after May 15th. So how strict are those timeframes?
Those timeframes are rather strict because your UPWP will need to take effect as of July 1. So, and Federal Highway needs time to also review to make sure that they're going to approve your UPWP. So you may want to, I mean, we might want to talk offline about this, but you probably really want to consider trying to do as much upfront and pardon me, I left my water. Romero, hand me my water, please. To working with your district staff and Federal Highway throughout the process, so you can probably try to expedite or get through that process. Because I know each MPO has its own schedule for board meetings, TAC, citizen committee meetings, and any other public outreach meetings you might be doing. But that, you know, that June 30th and that July 1, you know, time frame are kind of set in stone.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're kind of like what we were doing earlier. We're going to kind of kick off with a question we hope should be. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I know the answer.
Oh, well. Yeah. Yeah. No looking ahead. Okay. So the question is, do you need to amend the UPWP if you are increasing the overall budget?
Yes.
How many people say yes? Ooh, a lot of hands. How many people say no? All right, next slide, please. And you are correct. You do need to amend the UPWP. Now, I do want to kind of highlight something here that there, because this section is about revisions, and we just kind of talked about in that question about amendments. Now, since there are two types of revisions, you have either amendments or modifications. Amendments have to go through the board, modifications do not. But now in each of those, you also have kind of little subcategories of financial or non-financials, especially in the amendment side. And where you can get a good summary of all this information is on our technical memorandum 22-01. And there was a revision, so there's a revision 1. It's relatively new tech memo, and you can find this out there on the SharePoint site. And it kind of summarizes, but you could also find this information again in Chapter 3 of the MPO handbook. But in this 2, maybe 3 pages, I kind of forget how long it is, it gives a really good summary of amendments and modifications. Next slide, please. This just shows the document that each of you will use when you're doing revisions, again, whether you're doing amendments or modifications. We also have a little screenshot of the user's guide on how to fill the document out. It's a fillable PDF form, fairly simple to use, but it does provide that base information that your liaisons will use to determine and Federal Highway and Federal Transit on your revisions, again, whether they're amendments or modifications. Next slide, please. So here's where we're going to kind of talk a little bit about some of those thresholds. Now, this is now unique to the amendments and for amendments that are financial in nature. So anytime you're increasing your budget or even decreasing, that part rarely happens. Usually it's an increase in budget, but anytime you're changing the budget of your UPWP, you have to do an amendment. Or if you are transferring funds between tasks that are equal or greater than or equal to $100,000 or 10%, or if you're reducing a task by 50%, or if you're making changes to the scope, substantial changes, or if you're adding a new task, or if you're deleting a task, or the addition of costs that are going to require prior approval. Again, this information can be found in that tech memo and also within Chapter 3 of the MPO handbook. Next slide, please. So now here are some areas where you still need to do an amendment, but they're non-financial in nature. So for example, if you're making changes to the scope, you're changing, if there is a change in executive director. And why this is on here is because the UPWP is really the scope to the FDOT-MPO agreement. And so one of the items in there is if you're having a key change in your staff. And what we've worked with our federal partners on is, well, there's 27 MPOs, staff are always kind of coming and going. And just because a project manager leaves, we don't think that an MPO should have to do an amendment for that. And so what the agreement was is that the major staff change, or the key person is what they call it, is the executive director. So if there is a change in the executive director, that would cause an amendment. Also, if for any reason, if there's a disengagement of a task by an MPO, that would also require an amendment. Next slide, please. And so here's what the information that will be required for when you are doing an amendment. Of course, you'll need to fill out the revision form and include all of your supporting documentation. Goes without saying that your MPO board will also need to adopt the revision that you're doing or the amendment. The district liaisons will need to recommend approval of it, as well as our federal partners, Federal Highway and Federal Transit, since they ultimately approve the MPO's UPWPs.
Mike, with the consolidated planning grant, why do we still have to get FTA approval?
Well, if you're changing a budget, if you're moving money from task, our federal partners need to be part of the process in approving those changes.
But isn't FHWA now acting?
Could you use your microphone just for,
with the
could you please
CPG?
use your microphone for those who are online? Thank you.
Yeah, I was just asking you about with the consolidated planning grant. I thought FHWA was now acting as the primary.
Go ahead, speak into it.
Mark, you're correct. Now, just Federal Highway will be doing the approval. FTA would do a review, but Federal Highway will be approved. And I see we have Erica as well. I think she'll second that.
Hi, yes, it's Erica Thompson with FHWA. That's correct. So FTA still plays a large role in the approval of the new UPWP, but we have an agreement with them, and we do the FHWA does do the approvals for the amendments. Unless, of course, there is some of the old 5305D funds, and then that's a different situation.
Thank you, Erica.
Sure.
Hi, it's going back to the mention of the executive director change. So just because this is going to be something Art at Polk TPL will be experiencing here forthcoming. So is the timeline mainly to notify the district first that there's going to be the change, and then once the new executive director is in place, that at that point that triggers the amendment? I'm just trying to better clarify at what point does the UPW amendment actually need to occur?
That's a great question. And if we still have Erica online, I'm not sure if we actually have kind of done this in the past. So this might be kind of new. I know we've had some changes in executive directors, but maybe Erica can chime in on how that change affected the UPWP as far as the key person.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know. I mean, I've only been with FHWA since March, so I have not personally processed an amendment for a new MPO director. I'm not sure exactly how that affects the UPWP, other than it's just written in our regulations that when there's change in key personnel, that triggers an amendment. So, but I can get back to you. I can talk to some of the other planners that maybe have experienced this and give you a more detailed answer if you need one.
Okay, thank you, Eric. And I see a couple hands here. I know Colleen actually kind of went through this. So maybe Colleen, and then I see Christine in the back, and then, so Dusty, I'm sorry. So Colleen, if you'd like to go first.
Well, I've been I was the interim executive director when the current UPWP was approved. When I became executive director, we didn't do an amendment, the permanent executive director. And I'm not exactly sure what the amendment would be, because what's listed in the UPWP as a key personnel is executive director. It's not by name. It's not naming an individual. But we didn't go through that process.
Okay, thank you. Christine. Oh, I'm sorry, Erica, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was just wondering if at the time that Colleen went through that process, if we had this tech memo in place, or the tech memo may have come after that transition period for her MPO.
That's a good point.
My transition period was December of 2022 when I became the permanent executive director. So I think it came after.
Okay.
Okay.
But I still am not sure what the amendment would be, because an individual person is not listed in the UPWP. It's just the title.
I think it's really letting your federal partners know, like FHWA, know that there has been the change, so that it's kind of that. I believe that's a big part of what that approval is.
So it would be taking something to our board for approval that's not actually changing anything. I guess I'm struggled to understand what the amendment would be.
I definitely hear what you're saying. So I'll do a little more research on my end and get back to you, because I agree that seems like a lot when they obviously are well aware that there's a new executive director.
Right.
And that will also be taking place down in Collier as well, Polk.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay.
Erica,
yeah. Let me do a little more research on my end, and I can definitely follow up.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move along. I know we're starting to, Christine, I'm sorry.
Mike, if I could just make a comment. So just, I think some of the logistics, or, the processes that at least D4 uses. So the question of how quickly should you notify, we like to be in lockstep with our MPOs. So as soon as we know something's happening, because for us, the UPWP is an exhibit to the JPA agreement. So for the district, the JPA agreement has to be redone. We have to take it to our legal. So we have steps that have to take place that, while you all may be getting ready to take something to your board. So I would imagine what you take to your board is the JPA agreement, which typically I think is signed by the executive director. So that's probably the change that's happening. It's the agreement itself, not necessarily the UPWP, because that's an exhibit to the JPA. But, for us at D4, we would want to know as soon as possible, because we have legwork to do prior to getting that agreement to you all for your signature. Then it comes back to us for our signature, and then it becomes executed.
Thank you, Christine. If you could just go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Now, these are areas where you can basically just do a modification, that you do not need to do an amendment. So if there is not a change in your approved budget, you're not making changes to the scope of work, or you're not adding or deleting tasks, that's where the modification comes in. So next slide, please. And this just basically just kind of, again, reiterates the information that will be required that you'll want to submit along with your modification, which would be the revision form and supporting documentation, your notification, and your notifying the district MPO liaisons. Next slide, please. And here's where we're going to start to get into some questions. So Romero might want to be helping with some of these. So the first question is, what dollar value or percentage of the total budget triggers an amendment or a transfer between task or subtask within your UPWP? Anyone else?
Chris says 10% online.
Okay. All right. Well, next slide has the answer, and you are correct. Next slide, please. Okay. What supporting documentation is required with a UPWP amendment? Just feel free to kind of, yep. Yes. Yes. Okay. I know we're starting to run a little short on time, so let's just go ahead. Yeah. This is basically all the answers for that question. What time did you say it was, Romero? 10:50. Oh, okay. Let me see. Did you want to go ahead and stop for a break, or just keep going until we hit that time frame? Keep going? Okay.
Right, so now we're going to talk about the FDOT MPO agreement, or D4, they call it the JPA. So our first question, how often does the FDOT MPO agreement need to be executed? Quick hand. That's correct. Every 2 years in conjunction with your UPWP that you need to execute a new one. Next slide. So here's just a few of the agreements the MPOs have: the interlocal agreement, which is the creation for the MPO, the FDOT MPO agreement, the Intergovernmental Coordination Review and Public Transportation Collaborative Planning Agreement, what we call the ICAR, and then third-party agreements. And that's when the MPO enters into an agreement with a party other than FDOT to perform UPWP work activities such as planning consultant. The consultant contract should be procured, developed, and executed in accordance with the applicable federal and state requirements outlined in your FDOT MPO agreement. Next slide.
Really quickly, Doris LeMay has a question. Will someone get back with us on if we can lump items under direct expenses on UPWP, or if we must continue to break them out?
If you can lump, I'm sorry.
Lump items under direct expenses on UPWP, or if we must continue to break them out?
Right now, we need you to break them out. We need you to break them out. Question.
It's more of a comment based on that question. What we've done at POCPO, so we used to have a bunch of different line items to identify each individual thing that we would do. One of the recommendations and feedback that we gotten for our district was that if we have multiple items that are fairly related or make more sense to where you can lump them together, then you could. So that may be a recommendation or an opportunity that they can do. If you have things that are fairly related, or at least related enough to where it makes sense to have them all in the same line item, you can certainly do that. And that's what we've done.
Thank you. You want to say something, Colleen?
That's similar to what we did last year. Was our direct expenses, we don't list them all out separately. We do provide a definition of what's considered a direct expense.
Correct. Yeah, if they fall into that direct expense, that's one thing. But if they're stretched, then they need to be broken out.
Do you have a list of which categories need to be broken out? Or
we can get something to you. So the FDOT MPO agreement, the goal for this agreement is to accomplish three things: provide federal financial assistance to the MPOs for transportation-related planning activities, which are found in your UPWP. Next slide. Establish the terms and conditions for accepting that federal assistance. And 3, establishes the cooperative relationship between the MPO and FDOT. Again, this agreement must be signed as necessary or at least every 2 years in conjunction with the UPWP. Next slide. We have an example of dealing with an amendment. So Mike talked about when you're changing that allocation ceiling or decreasing, you need to do an amendment to your FDOT MPO agreement. A UPW amendment that increases or decreases those total FHWA funds will result in the FDOT MPO agreement amendment. MPO and district jointly execute the FDOT MPO agreement amendment and upload it to the MPO document portal. Next slide. The FDOT MPO agreement amendment required, and when it's increasing, must be recorded in CFM, which is our contract funds management system. But when you're moving money from task to task and not changing that allocation ceiling, does not require MPO agreement. So I know a lot of times people will do a task and you're moving money, that won't trigger. But when you're adding money to that total allocation or decreasing, that will trigger an amendment to your MPO agreement. All right, we got to go into our questions next slide. A UPW amendment transfers FHW funds from one task to another. Is an amendment to the FDOT MPO agreement needed? Thank you. Okay. Is everybody in agreement with no? All no's? Awesome. And the answer is no. Thank you. Next one. If an FDOT MPO agreement is amended to add additional PL funds, what must be reflected in CFM, which is our contract funds management? So we're increasing. What do you think needs to be reflected?
Budgetary ceiling?
Yes. The increase. So you're adding funds, so we need to see the increase of what's being added. Well, it's break time. I know we're a little bit past, but you all have been so interactive. It's been so good. We're doing good on time. So it's a 10:56.
11:05 maybe?
Yeah, we have a lot of more stuff to engage you all with. You all think you can do a 5-minute break? All right, so we'll get back about 11:01. Thank you.
Are we good to go?
We do have a question online.
Yes.
If you'd like me to read that before we get started.
Sure.
Okay. The question is, I have a quick question on the UPWP development. Last UPWP development cycle, we were advised to structure. If everyone could please take their seats, we're going to get started again. Okay, the question is, last UPWP development cycle, we were advised to structure the document to have a separate task for the LRTP. Is this still the guidance? Are there any other requirements on the structure we should be aware of?
I think that's a good recommendation. Hasn't been necessarily a requirement for that, but I think that's a good practice to separate out your LRTP. Because that's probably one of the biggest expenses that most MPOs will undertake within their UPWP is all of the work that goes into and adopting a long-range transportation plan. So I personally think it's a good practice to do that. We good to go? All right. Well, thank you for everyone for coming back, and again for being here in person and online. We appreciate all the feedback and the interaction that we've been having so far. So one of the areas that I know that many of you have been asking about, and a lot of the questions is, what can we spend our funds on? So again, we're going to start off with a relatively simple question. Is alcohol allowable cost if purchased using federal funds? How many, raise a hand, how many people say no? How many people say yes? Oh, one in the back, yes. But I think that was more just being funny. You are correct. Alcohol is not allowable. And these are just kind of some examples, excuse me, of what federal funds and planning are usually typically kind of put on or used for. You have under your federal highway funds, you have your PL, you have your STBG funds, which is your Surface Transportation Block Grant, which that is where for the TMA MPOs, that is where your SU funds come from. And then any other sources such as CMAC and also your transportation alternatives and other funds of that nature. You also have your FTA funds for those who still do have the PTGAs out there. You'd still have your FTA 5305V funds. Any of those funds moving forward, of course, are being consolidated as part of the Consolidated Planning Grant and then will show up as PL dollars. And then maybe any of your 5307. Now, here's where we want to start talking about the distinction between operations and projects. And when I was looking at these slides, I realized we probably should have said operations versus planning projects, not projects that go into your tip. So the projects in this sense would be projects like an LRTP or doing your tip or other planning types of projects. And so, of course, on the operations side, you'll have your PL funds, again, your FTA funds, if you're still using them in that sense. And then for doing your planning projects, that is where you could also use your STBG funds if the MPO does request them. Of course, you have your PL and your TA funds as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about, the operations, the actual running, the day-to-day operations of your MPO. So basically these types of expenditures would fall into kind of three kind of general categories of utilities, kind of any types related to phones, office supplies. This would also include things like, cleaning services, your rent as well. For your offices, for those that are independently housed or you're not housed within another government. So those are things that help like do your day-to-day, operations. And then those can then even be broken down a little bit further into, capital expenses, such as equipment that is kind of movable. For example, furniture, your copiers. Then you also have fixed equipment, which would be for those MPOs that actually have, building fixtures that would actually be part of that. You also have intellectual property, for example, your MPO logos, any publications, articles that you're doing. Also, that would include computer software and or computer hardware, such as the computer equipment itself. Then we have the actual planning projects themselves. For example, again, up at the top is your long range plan. That's that's for many MPOs, that's your biggest ticket item that you'll be expending your resources on. Of course, you'll have your annual TIP, your once every 2-year UPWP, but you'll also be doing amendments and or modifications throughout the 2 years. So you'll be setting aside money each year for your UPWP. You might have things, and these just more or less just examples. You might have safety action plans. You could have bike ped plans. There could be any other traffic operations plans. There could be any other number of other planning processes that you do, but that would kind of fall under this area. And so here's where we also then want to start talking about, and this is where we get a lot of questions in what is allowable and what is not allowable. There's 3 key documents that you'll want to have, and we have links to all these documents at the very end of our this PowerPoint presentation. We have, I think, almost like 4 slides of just links that you'll be able to click on to get to all the different documentation, all the resources that we're talking about. But these 3 items are key to knowing what you can and cannot purchase. The first is in the Code of Federal Regulations, Title II, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200. It's Subpart E on cost principles. Then we also have the state reference guide for expenditures. And then we have a tech memo that we put together in policy planning. Again, it's going to be very high level, kind of short, few page tech memo, which is 20-01, which has purchasing thresholds that many of you will want to take a look at. And then in that first document that we had talked about, the section title to Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200. This is the uniform guidance, and it really goes into a lot of detail. This is where you'll find a lot of information on what is allowable. It includes, your cost principles, as well as determining what is allowable and what is not allowable. And of course, it also talks about direct versus indirect cost. Again, there'll be links to this information that you can go there so you don't have to search or go look for it. We'll have it in the resources at the end. And then that second document we talked about, which is the reference guide for state expenditures. And this is one thing I did kind of want to highlight, and I might talk about it a little bit later as well. Even though your PL funds and your SU funds as well for those TMA MPOs, even though they're federal funds, you will be held to whatever is more strict between both federal purchasing as well as state purchasing, because even though they are federal funds, they flow to you through the state's treasury. And so once a single dollar goes into the state treasury, state law applies as well. So whatever is the most or more strict between federal law and state law, the MPO will need to adhere to. Since the state is the direct recipient of those federal funds and the MPOs are subrecipients. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that, because I know we've received some questions from people that say, well, federal law says I could do this, and they're correct, but we also are subject to state law as well. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Romero, and we're going to start to get into a little bit more detail on the activities funded through your federal PL and other federal funds.
Thank you, Mike. So here we just have activities that can be funded by federal funds. Again, make sure that they're eligible if consistent with statutory and regulatory guidance. The proposed costs must also be allowable under the Office of Management and Budget. Again, allowable is deemed necessary and reasonable for project objectives. Here we have cost principles for determining liability. And what we're looking at again is proposed costs, if it's necessary and reasonable, incurred with the performance period, and that is documented. Incurred costs must be supported by verifiable documentation from FDOT or the MPO's records. So next we have question. So we have some items I'm going to call out, and I want you to tell me if you feel they're allowable or unallowable. So some of you all traveled today. Is that allowable cost? Seems pretty good, yes. But after we had a long day of work, we want to go enjoy some entertainment. Is entertainment an allowable cost? Okay, I thought we got one yes, but okay. Legal costs, paying for legal fees, is that allowable cost or unallowable? Allowable? That is correct. Law, if it's If it's reasonable and you can provide documentation, if it's reasonable. Yeah. What about loss from other awards or contracts? Can I use that money to go cover the loss I took? Is that allowable cost? So loss from other awards or contracts. Strong no? It is no. It's not. It is not an allowable cost. We just had this one. It was a recent question. Severance pay. Is that allowable cost? Yes. Severance pay is an allowable cost. Training and education. Is that allowable cost? I would hope so. Yes. We all want to keep learning and educate ourselves. Yes. Another one we had lobbying. Is that allowable cost? Okay. Thank you. I'm glad that I got the most no's on that one. Yes. Okay, we're going to keep going. Thank you all. And so here's the list again of those unallowable. Of course, we addressed alcohol. It's definitely not unallowable. Unallowable. And then the allowable, which is conference costs, traveling, training, education, your rent, which Mike talked about, legal costs, severance pay, consultants. Questions?
So something like a severance is allowable, but like a holiday bonus would not be allowable, right?
No. I mean, yes. Christine?
Romero, are you going to talk more about travel later, or
Yes, I will talk about travel. Yes, we're going to get into that.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So also there was some new US DOT guidance on what goods and services federal funds can be used for at a public meeting. So we have hiring community-based organizations as a contract as consultants. Food, not allowable. Again, like Mike said, by Florida statutes, only light refreshments. It must be documented as necessary, reasonable, and allowable. Childcare must be documented as necessary, reasonable, and allowable. And then financial incentives or reimbursement for participation must be reasonable and allowable. I think, Mike, you have some more to add on that?
Yes, I just want to kind of add what you see in the bullet under where it says food not allowed, and then you see the little bullet underneath it where it says only light refreshments. The only light refreshments, that is what was in the federal publication. But since, again, all of our funds flow through the state treasury, those light refreshments are not allowed.
Thank you. But we had two questions.
Romero, when you mentioned documentation, how much? What does that look like? Who approves the documentation? Can you talk a little bit more about?
We're going to go into that, the documentation and review who's the, but it will be with a liaison in Federal Highway.
And is it just, an email? Is it a Word file? Just something. Is it receipts? Like,
yeah.
What
so far,
like?
we've had emails where they provided justification or reason for allowable, and so again, if it's in the UPWP, if it's verified, justifiable, an email can approve.
And I'm assuming that should be approved prior to any expenditure.
Right, and I'm going to get into that.
Okay.
That's the key thing she just said. Should be approved before the expenditure. We're going to get into that. Yes. Question.
The last item that's on the slide there, what does that mean? Financial incentives or reimbursement for participation?
Yeah.
For participating in what? Like
event like today, like we're giving out gift cards. We can.
Oh, you are?
No, I wish.
Oh. So financial incentive for somebody to participate in an event that we may be putting on.
They give gift bags,
Okay.
Trinkets, things like that.
Okay.
Which we don't mind, but yeah. All right, again, we have this link that we'll provide at the end of the training for more information. Again, we have our tech memo well that goes into the capital expenditures and more information about eligible expenditures and purchases. We're also going to get into a little bit on purchasing contracts and agreements and all those thresholds. So right now, this will kind of get into the federal and state. So the federal purchase threshold per unit is 5,000 or more. This is the minimum cost at which a specific purchase or expenditure must be shown in MPO's accounting records and financial statement. Purchase or expenses that would not be considered typical or normal for MPO operation are below the 5,000 per unit federal threshold and are budgeted in the UPWP should be accompanied with a justification or technical specification in the UPWP. It is recommended that the MPO coordinate more costly and non-typical expenditures or purchases with the district MPO liaison and federal grant manager, federal highway and or FTA liaison prior to acquisition. This is to ensure the item being considered for purchase is eligible and that the purchasing method used complies with federal and state regulations. This is the minimum cost at which a specific purchase or expenditure must be shown in the MPO's accounting records and financial statements. All capital fixed asset purchases, long-term building, equipment used to produce goods or services should be recorded in the MPO's quarterly progress report at the time of purchase and be included with the MPO invoice. Any questions on that? Keep going.
There is a comment online. Please cover financial incentives and quote trinkets in more detail when appropriate.
Yes, we're going to get to that. Yes.
And childcare, but I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, it has to be reasonable and allowable. Yes, for childcare. Purchase below 5,000 threshold, and the item is something typically associated with the normal operations and management of the MPO, then the item's technical specifications or justification of the purchase is not required to be in the UPWP. Purchase of this type would include a new laptop, computer, standing desk, or office chair. If a purchase is equal or greater than the 5,000 per unit federal threshold and is budgeted in the UPWP, this includes lump sum budget categories and is associated with technical specifications along with a brief statement justifying the purchase is provided in the original federally approved UPWP, then the MPO may proceed with the purchase without additional federal or state consultation or authorization. Purchases not included in the UPWP must amend the UPWP to add the purchase and or the unbudgeted funds. MPOs, they make purchase without appropriate federal and state authorizations. Federal funds may not be used for the purchase. If the MPO makes that purchase without appropriate authorization, the MPO is responsible for 100% of the purchase costs. So that's what you're asking. And we're going to give a few examples on these situations coming up. So here we have the Florida Simplified Acquisition threshold of 35,000. The federal micro purchase threshold is 50,000. State requirement supersedes that federal requirement. So any micro purchase made with federal funds must be no more than 35,000. So the state supersedes. Small purchase procedures. Small purchase procedures are typically used for the relatively simple and informal procurements. These purchases typically consist of the procurement of services, purchase of office supplies, and other assets like new laptop, office chair, standing desk that do not exceed the state's 35,000 simplified acquisition threshold. Price or rate quotations from an adequate number of qualified sources is required if small purchase procedures are used. It is recommended that a minimum of 3 quotations be solicited when making a procurement using this method. If an MPO is hosted by a local government body, then it should follow the local government's procurement procedures. The district MPO liaison should contact OPP for any guidance if questions arise regarding procurement methods. Here we're going to now touch on travel. So we get a lot of travel questions throughout the year from our liaisons and some MPOs. We have 2 types of travel, typical versus atypical travel. Typical travel, we like today training in the U.S. to help you do your jobs, FMPPs that we host, our MPOAC meetings, AMPO, NARC, TAB, modeling, or other training. Atypical travel is training outside of the U.S. or travel in the U.S. that includes peer exchange and facilities or system tours. If for atypical travel, if the cost does not fit in the typical category or is equal to or greater than 5,000, then it's considered atypical. And the typical expenditure request should include justification and technical specifications in the UPWP if the MPO is seeking FHWA and FDOT approval of the item in the UPWP. So next, travel. MPOs who don't currently have their own travel policy, then they must adopt the FDOT's travel policy. And we have our FDOT disbursement handbook that gives full guidance on the FDOT travel. And if the MPO does have their own travel policy, they must be in their UPWP. And they must be approved by the MPO board as well. And last, and if in doubt, please ask for assistance. Regulatory requirements for administering funds are complex. If unsure about any aspect of the fund, please ask us, OPP, your MPO liaison, FDOT, or FTA. So now we're going to get into some post questions. We went over a lot of different things. Question.
What about travel for a board member that's attending an event that has to do with the MPO or TPO, such as the MPO AC Weekend Institute? Is that allowable expense?
Yes. So our first question, MPO would like to use PL funds to provide coffee and cookies at a public meeting. Is this an eligible cost? Everyone's correct. Though allowed at the federal level, the state does not allow funds to be used to provide food and beverages. When the recipient has questions on allowable costs, who should they call first for help? This is phone a friend. County Administrator, FDOT, FHWA, FTA, the Federal Regional Division Administrator. In any FDOT. Some of you all call Federal Highway. You're right, FDOT. MPO should contact the FDOT liaison first. Their response will be based on whether the item is one adopted in the UPWP, allowable per federal regulations and guidelines, and reasonable for the activity task. Which of the following is an allowable cost? You may choose more than one answer. Transit planning study, public meeting space, valet parking when self-parking is available, steak and lobster dinner for staff. Thanks, Jennifer. A and B? No. Anyone else? You guys, you're on it today. Yes, the transit planning study and public meeting are allowable costs. Can county engineering staff charge their time that is spent participating on MPO committees, technical advisory committees, and other MPO meetings to the MPO's PL? I didn't hear anything from this side. I got a head shake. Good job. The county engineer cannot change their time to the MPO's PL charge unless the MPO specifically listed this item in their final approved UPWP. Next, allowable versus unallowable. So
Quickly,
again,
there is a question online, I think maybe along these lines. Can you give an example of when childcare is reasonable and allowable? Is it in times of emergency activation or something along those lines?
So that's the new guidance that was just provided, and we're currently still working on that actual particular question right now, because we've been working with our procurement office to see how, when, like you said, when is that allowable? Because I know even with DMS, I mean, unless you get called on for emergency, we're just not sure right now, but we are working with our procurement team for that. And what is FDOT's policy on that particular stance for child care services?
Yeah, I think this it gets into kind of similar to the food situation. Federal regulation allows it for food, state does not. And what I think Romero is talking about is we're working with our purchasing people at the department to see what the state's stance is on the allowability or not allowability of childcare. So, because that's one of those new items that was listed in that recent federal publication. So that's what we're still kind of looking into to see how state law whether it does or does not allow it.
So our next one we have, are these items allowable? Office supplies, normal operations. There's a key number in here that lets you know the answer. Expense incurring UPWP, and the cost of this is $4,500. Is justification of the purchase required? We talked about. Do anybody remember what the cost threshold is? I'm glad I'm able to keep you all's attention today. So yes, no, justification is not required in the UPWP. Next, this one go to dealing with like different items. Bike helmets. The expense is not in the current UPWP, and the cost is $7,000. What are the steps to getting this approved? There are a few steps. Anybody? Don't all raise your hands at once. So we have an item that we want to purchase, but it's currently, the funds are not in our UPWP. So what is the first step you think we need to do to our UPWP? We need to amend the UPWP. That is correct. But also, second part, are we adding funds? If we're adding funds, that also triggers something else. If we're adding funds, that is correct. So if we're adding funds to the UPWP, we also have to do an F.MPO agreement amendment. Also, we have to provide justification for the purchase. So what is the reasoning behind this purchase? And last, get federal approval before the purchase. So, yes.
I do have a question about this because we had a very similar situation. We did have the purchase of bike helmets as part of our community outreach safety program in our UPWP. And a couple years ago, we were told that they were not eligible expenses.
So the first three steps, so was justification provided?
In the UPWP?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was turned down by Federal Highway?
Yes.
So it's at their discretion of what they're deeming. We had a few items. We had another one where MPO bought some items, but they did it backwards. The justification was for safety, bike peds. They provided justification, but because they marketed the MPO's name on the device, made it ineligible. And so was there something on the bike helmets?
No logo, no nothing.
And what was it for, like the bike pad as well? Or what was the goal? Were you handing those out to people, or?
We were fitting people and donating the helmets to them during community events.
So that may be something, again, we could discuss with Federal Highway, because again, I'm not sure their approval, how they're looking at it, but I know the item I'm talking about, it would have been approved, but once they put the MPO's logo on the item, it made it ineligible for marketing. But if they'd have put like safety, or ring the bell to let people know you're in traffic, so any type of safety message, it would have been an approvable eligible expense.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to look into that further, because also participation in a community event where we actually have to purchase the space or the table, we're told that expense is not eligible either, if we have to pay to participate in a community event.
Right. And so again, we go through our chain. I mean, we look at it, the justification, we send it to our federal partners, and it's at their discretion.
Okay, because this is something that just changed like a couple months ago. So, I mean, when things change like that, we don't really get notification of that. And so when we submit our invoice package for reimbursement and it gets rejected for a cost that was 2 months ago approved, that becomes very challenging.
So the next question, was they already approved in UPW? Because if it was approved in UPW,
yes,
and they came back and denied it?
Yes.
So that's something we will have to discuss with our federal partners, because the goal would be to, if you know you're going to have that expense and you put it in UPWP and it's approved, it should be approved. So that's something we can work with offline and see, work with our federal partners who's on the call.
Okay, thank you.
Justification, yeah. So that was a trigger. So certain times words too are triggers. So the marketing.
There's a question online about, I think, how this would apply to safety, bike bells, and lights as well. I imagine the same concept.
Yeah, if you provide justification and the reason for buying those items, and again, you can't market, you can't put the MPO's name on the bike bill or what else was it?
Lights, bike lights.
Not the MPO's name. So if it's for like a safety message, it can be a safety message on it, and that's the purpose. But that's why we have the process of going through the MPO liaison, central office, and federal highway to make sure everybody's on a board for that purchase before you make the expenditure and purchase those items.
Is there any review of sort of the limitations on like per item when it comes to expenses? Like obviously different places are going to spend different amounts on, for example, replacement of computers or other types of office supplies. So is there any review process of that to like meet a sort of like, you all know, like an average of what it should cost per computer, or that's not really reviewed at that level?
Yeah, not that level, no.
Okay.
I mean, if it's reasonable, eligible, and you have it in your UPWP, as part of your office supplies, should be no problem.
Okay.
All right, we're going to keep moving forward and transition now into invoicing and progress reports. So we're going to start off. Do progress reports have a required format or template? I got one no. Anyone else? I'll run with my one no. The answer is correct. But the minimum requirements and performance must be displayed in that progress report. The minimum performance standards, the progress report monitors the implementation of UPWP tasks. Each FHWA PL fund and FTA funds are funded separately, and a comparison of actual performance with established goals and a description of the progress in meeting schedules and milestones. Here's an example, just first, of an invoice package. We have two packages. We have the limited supporting documentation and the complete supporting documentation. Based on the MPO's annual risk assessment, invoices will need to be submitted with limited supporting documentation or full documentation. The invoice review checklist and supporting documentation checklist are available for download by the FDOT District MPO Liaison in the Liaison Toolkit on our MPO partner site. MPO Liaison should complete the invoice review checklist with every FHWA invoice and save it in the contract file for future reference. The supporting documentation checklist is completed by District MPO Liaison at a frequency determined by the risk assessment in the annual joint certification. When completing the supporting documentation checklist and reviewing direct expenses, the liaison must select 5 direct expense line items for review. Direct expenses must be recorded on the itemized expenditure detail report, and this must be submitted 4 times a year. So here you have the invoice summary, which must follow a prescribed format. You have the itemized detail report, which now itemizes all the different expenses, and then the progress report itself to show the deliverables. Again, the itemized detail report and progress report, there's no prescribed format, but must meet requirements. And you see that invoice summary has all the tasks and total amounts. A complete supporting documentation package will include the invoice summary, the itemized expenditure detail report, the progress report. As you see here, the invoice summary has all the different tasks and for each task and the amounts for each task that was spent during that reporting period. You want to make sure your MPO is starting with the correct invoice summary. The current version has the section that shows expenditures versus authorizations. As we get into this invoice review process, it is important to know that liaisons are only required to confirm information on the invoice is correctly recorded. To do this, we need to figure out where to validate the information. So here you see we have the different numbers, the current federal highway amount due. We also have the total federal budget amount and the federal remaining budget. These amounts are from the itemized expenditures detail report should match. And this is your itemized detail expenditure report. No prescribed format for this, but they must meet the requirements. And again, those total amounts on this should match your invoice summary for consistency. Again, no template required, but we do have one available on our MPO site. FDOT does not prescribe a specific format for the itemized expenditure detail report. However, it must reflect the period of service in which the costs were incurred and must be itemized by UPWP tasks, by funding source, and by expenditure line items. The expenditure line items reflect on the itemized report must match those provided in the UPWP budget tables on each task. Each line item given in the itemized expenditure report must reflect the budgeted amount derived from the UPWP. This will consist of the amount of previous payments made on that line item, the current amount due for that line item, and the remaining balance available for the line item that is derived from a calculation subtracting the total amount due and previous payments from the budgeted amount for each line item. If the remaining balance for any line item goes negative, the MPO must revise UPWP to address the negative balance. It also must be detailed enough to review for allowability of costs as time of reimbursement. And from audit report, ensure that the amounts billed to the invoice tied to the submitted itemized expenditure detail report and are correlated with appropriate backup documentation. So here's a full example of the itemized detail report. Again, it has the invoice number up top. It also has the contract number, federal number, and invoice period. Here we have supporting documentation must be maintained for each item being reimbursed. So for direct costs, invoicing for actual costs incurred and detail paid, supporting documentation must be maintained and available for audit. Indirect costs must be supported with an approved indirect cost allocation plan. If an MPO elects the 10% de minimis rate, they only need to submit the de minimis certification from the FDOT Comptroller's office. Next, we're going to show examples of progress reports. So here you see a progress report has the different tasks and the deliverables for each task that flow for, you see, administration, transit planning, transportation disadvantage. The progress report must meet 23 CFR Code Federal Regulations Part 420. It must align with the UPWP tasks. It must confirm the minimum performance standards are met as provided in the UPWP, conducted monthly or quarterly in alignment with the invoice period, and monthly for those on special conditions. Minimum performance standards, the progress report monitors the implementation of UPWP tasks. Each FHWA, PL funded, and FT funds are funded separately again, and a comparison of actual performance with established goals and a description of progress in meeting schedules and milestones. And we have a few more examples of some MPO progress reports here. Again, it confirms the tasks that have charges, also show activity on the progress report. Also, if there are no charges on the task, there should be no activity. If you find discrepancies, contact your MPO to review change. Next, we're going to get into some travel. So here's an example of a travel form that's listed for a previous year's agreement instead of the current year's agreement. So we found discrepancies on this. So we have our invoice checklist to help to make sure that there's consistency and no errors when we're doing the review. You're going to make sure you use the new checklist that has the grayed out items and summary to tally responses. The tally responses are part of the MPO's annual certification risk assessment. You will need to complete the invoice checklist for every invoice and save with your invoice documentation. If an MPO is required to submit complete supporting documentation, you will need to complete the invoice review checklist and the invoices supporting documentation review checklist, which we will discuss later today. Documents we review can be found in our liaison toolkit. So we're going to kind of go over what a full, so supporting documentation review checklist, the frequency the supporting documentation review checklist is completed is based on the risk assessment. You don't need to review every single document, just what is identified on the checklist. Our OIG reviews reviews what they are seeing. Reviewing the complete package, you must request the MPO send you the documentation, or you can go to the MPO to review. The on-site review as a great opportunity to ask MPO staff questions to understand the MPO accounting processes better. This should be completed once you submit. Common issues we've seen with the MPOs Invoice submitted late more than 90 days after the end of the invoice period. We have a few significant findings based on MPO invoice review checklist, submitting unallowable or unreasonable necessary expenses or corrections that affect the total amount for paying out, exceeding allocation of task budget, submitting an invoice that is out of the project scope, submitting an invoice that is outside of the agreement period, or documenting budget status incorrectly. Next, we have an invoice and progress report question. If MPO is in high risk category on the joint certification, it must submit a complete invoice package 4 times a year. What 4 items must be included as part of that complete invoice package?
Anyone?
That is 1, yes. That is 2. Okay. Something goes with the invoice summary. What goes with that? Itemized expenditure report, yes. And then complete supporting documentation would be the timesheets and invoices. Next one, if MPO is in the high risk category on their joint certification, it must submit, Next one, the expenditure line items reflect on the itemized expenditure detail report must match those provided in what? I need another name for it. That's correct, but I need another name for it. It's going to match something that goes in that progress report. I think we highlighted it with the green. So the total number of your itemized entry report should also match the total number on another document that's a part of your package. That's the first half of the invoice. Thank you. So yes, so your total amounts should match your invoice summary. So I'm gonna go back to that real fast. So see you have, so here's your invoice summary, and those total amounts should also match your totals here on the different tasks on itemized expenditure report. Okay. Sorry about that. Not ready for lunch yet. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so our last one is a progress report should at minimum contain what 3 items? We just called them out just about. What 3 items should be a part of the progress report? It's going to show the task. So, yes. But that will fall into what? Description of the task will fall into. Y'all not ready to go to lunch yet. Come on, y'all. So we talked about, so the first thing we just showed is going to have a list of all the different tasks. What is that called? It's going to have the total amounts. That first document, you're going to see part of the progress report. Invoice. Correct. Also, you want to show the difference between the actual performance with the established goals. And now last, a description of the progress in meeting schedules and milestones. So this is what required of that. This should be in your invoice package. Any questions?
Is there anything or any questions online?
Well, it is lunchtime.
The time on this is incorrect. On the agenda, we have from 12 to 1:30. Valerie, is that still good to come back at 1:30? And Valerie, would you like to maybe say something for the people that aren't from this area on options for lunch?
Okay, so to confirm, the updated agenda says we come back at 1:30, right? So for those online, great. So we've actually, Ruth, our executive assistant, has printed out a list of locations for suggested for lunch. We are in the heart of downtown West Palm Beach, so just steps away from lots of options. Right behind us, if you turn left out of the office and left again, the main street called Clematis has a lot of options within a block, but she's printed that out for everyone and put it on the table if you'd like to grab that and check out your options.
Thank you, Valerie. And we will see everyone back at 1:30. Thank you.
I'm going to give you an overview. And so I'll turn it over to Chris. And then when you're done, Chris, I do have a question that came up in the morning that I'll go ahead and ask you after you're done.
Okay. Just give me a moment while I share my screen. There. Yeah. Is my screen sharing?
No, we can't see it.
Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I don't use Zoom very often, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Bratton. I work in the Office of Work Program and Budget with the Department of Transportation under the Work Program and Development Operations section. So I wanted to take this opportunity to go over the funding related to the MPOs, and this funding will just strictly discuss PL. Okay, so just wanted to go over a few of the topics that I'm going to be discussing today. I'm just going to go over some key terms within the presentation, and then using the metropolitan planning, the allocation in the UPWP, so your PL funds. The second year of the UPWP that we're currently in, this closeout year, and then we'll talk about the PL available balances. We'll go over the 80-20 rule and provide some examples, and then wrap it up with a few key dates that I believe the MPO should be aware of. So just talking about some of the key terms that I'll be using as a point of reference and guide to our discussion, your PL funds, most of you all know that those are the funds that are in your UPWP to be used for your planning related activities. We'll talk about your allocation, that yearly federal funds that are received from the federal government that are provided by the department. And then what an authorization is, requesting FHWA to obligate the funds, and then a deobligation and requesting FHWA to remove the authorization that they provided. And that requires an authorization or request that starts at the district level and then comes to central office. And then your available balance is just any current or prior year funds that are not budgeted in the UPWP and can be used at the request of the MPO. And then SGBG funds, Surface Transportation Block Grants, and SU, SL, just CM, just to name a few of those funds that are wrapped up into that. So using your metropolitan planning allocation and your UPWP, so you, as the MPO, should budget your UPWPs based on the allocation that is provided by the department. And an example of that is you have a 2-year, your UPWP is a 2-year contract. And so you get $1 million in year 1 and $1 million in year 2. FHWA will approve that UPWP for $2 million if that's how you, if that's how you've allocated the funds in your UPWP. Each allocation is posted in the respective year. So you get the 1 million in year 1 and then 1 million in year 2. And then costs that are incurred should not exceed what has been approved. And then your allocation cannot be moved between years. And moving along, that since this is the closeout year for this current UPWP cycle, I just wanted to provide a few items as a point of reference that the final invoice for the MPOs is due to the department by September 30th. And that's anything not expended on that contract is subject to the closeout process. And those funds should be unencumbered and deobligated. And then, of course, because of the timing of when the contract expires, those funds are made available in the second year of the new UPWP contract. And the PO available balances is just any available balance that is deobligated from any previous UPWP cycle that's not budgeted into the UPWP, and they are calculated into the 80-20 rule because the funds have not been obligated and or expended. And in order to use the balances in the new UPWP, you must submit the UPWP amendment in order to get it approved into the UPWP. And then I wanted to also mention that the MPOs are encouraged to program the balances that are associated with any deobligated PL funds in future UPWPs so we can spend down the PL funds that are allocated. Because then we get into the 80-20 rule, which essentially limits the ability for the MPO to use any STBG funds that are in the UPWP for any planning purposes if you're not consuming your PO allocation. And the PO, and as I mentioned before, anything that is left on the contract when the fund, when it's time to close out, are subject and calculated into that rule. And I just wanted, for a point of reference, that we go into a little more detail in our work program instructions in chapter 22, which is the planning chapter of the work program instructions, detail more information about the 80-20 rule. And then I have a few examples of the 80-20 rule. And so if ABC MPO is not currently holding a balance of PL dollars and they're allocated $2 million between year 1 and year 2, if the MPO deobligates 500,000 of PL funds, are they able to use and authorize STBG funds related to any other planning activities? And then I've provided the calculations. This was meant to be a little more interactive, but I will, if there's any hands in the room or anyone in the online that could answer the question, I can give you what the answer is.
So does anyone want to speculate an answer for this one for Chris? So we can make this as interactive as possible. How many people think it's no? By a raise of hands, how many people say no? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 7 no's. How many think it's yes? I don't see a single one raising their hand yes. So I assume the people that didn't raise their hand actually go along with no's. Melissa, is there anyone online that have said yes or no to this?
Nope, nothing online.
All right. Well,
Okay.
the answer is no. So congratulations to all those who said no. And so if you see the calculations there, that the 500,000 divided by the 2 million is 25%. And so no, the that exceeds the 20% of that 80-20 rule. So STB dollars are not allowed or will be authorized until the MPO becomes compliant. And so I have,
Chris, this is
yes.
Jennifer. I have a question. So when they deobligate the 500,000, is it not available until year 2 of the new UPWP?
It depends on when they're deobligated. So if they're deobligated at the end of the 2-year contract, then yes, they are available year 2. But then there is also the deobligation that could occur prior to the end of the state fiscal year to have those funds be used in the first year of the new UPWP cycle.
So if ABC MPO needed that 500 in the first year, they have to make sure that they deob earlier than the end of the UPWP period.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
So, and I think that's really the big takeaway from this is if this example were a real example and an MPO is basically getting $1 million a year and you would be having 500,000 roll over, most likely you're going to need that in your first year of your next 2-year UPWP. So therefore, you will want to make sure that you go through that deobligation process, working with your district to get that done, so you will have access to that funds in your first year of your UPWP. Thank you, Chris.
Yep. And then I have another example where same MPO, ABC MPO, they deobligate 100,000. Oh, excuse me. They're currently holding $100,000 in their available balance. Their allocation is still $1 million per year, so total for $2 million in the UPWP. And at closeout, they deobligate 200,000. And so are STBG funds allowable for any planning related activities in the UPWP? So I'll give you a moment to answer.
How many, by a raise of hands, how many people say yes to this one? Almost basically everyone in the room. Anyone who thinks the answer is no? Melissa, is there anyone online?
Just one person who wrote yes.
Okay. Well, Chris, it looks like everyone is saying yes.
And that is the correct answer. So yeah, you're taking that current available balance plus what's being deobligated, that's 300,000, and then you're dividing that by that total million, that 2 million, allocation, and you get 15%. So good job there. And then we'll move along. So there is some extra approval and steps that are required.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Looks like we do have a question.
Okay.
Melissa.
Maria, do you have a question?
You can go on, Chris.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I don't.
Okay. So there are a few extra steps that the MPO would need to go through in coordination with their district office in order to use any STBG dollars if they're not meeting the 80-20 rule. And so it's just a written formal request to their liaison, and then their liaison working with myself to confirm their expenditure levels of the PL that's been spent down, and then the liaison confirming if there's an approved UPWP or amendment that's been processed to add the funds to the UPWP. And then the liaison coordinating with the district work program office to program funds if necessary to get those STBG dollars authorized. And then there are some exclusions to the 80-20 rule. And the most common one that we speak to is the MPO prioritizing their LRTP in their UPWP and in their priority projects. And then my last slide before we get to questions is just a few key dates. January 9th, which is coming up here shortly, is when the legislature convenes. April 8th, it will be our we will take a snapshot for the tip, and this will be after the districts are able to make estimate updates for fiscal year 2025. This is the snapshot that we point the liaisons in the planning office in the direction when the MPOs are developing. I believe it's the LRTP. And then in that May timeframe, the MPOs can begin deobligating PL funds to be used in the first year of the new UPWP. So this will be FY 2025. And then in June, you will receive 25% of your PL allocation. You'll receive 25% to authorize for year one of the new UPWP. That be coordinated between the liaisons and myself. And then July 1st, we adopt our work program, and then FY 2025 becomes the current year. And as I mentioned before, September 30th is the final day to have your invoices to to your district or to the department. And any funds that remain, again, are subject to closeout process and will be added to year 2 of the new UPWP cycle, which would be FY 2026. And with that, I will take any questions.
Chris, can you go back to your previous slide real quick?
Sure.
The date of April 8th for the snapshot for the tip, doesn't usually also take a couple days before that snapshot is available for the liaisons to start sharing with the MPOs. So the snapshot will be April 8th, but it can be a few days before it's available for the liaisons, then to start working with the MPOs.
Correct. That's the data when it is made available. The data will be as of April 8th. But yes,
Chris.
it will be a couple of days after because we have to make it available for the governor's office and the legislature before we make it public to everyone else.
Thank you, Chris. I'm seeing some hands go up. I think Colleen first.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Colleen with the River to Sea TPO. I had a question on the 80-20 rule and the FTA funds that are part of the consolidated planning grant. Is that included in that calculation as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what about old FTA grants?
They are not because they still show up as the old funding. They don't get transferred to the PL dollars.
Okay, thank you.
I saw Andrew next.
Thank you, Chris. Andrew, Palm Beach TPA. With the timeline you just showed, you mentioned the PL deobligation. Has there been times when MPOs deobligate SU funds from their UPWP? Is it sort of the same timeline?
There have been instances where that happens. I would say to coordinate with District 4 on that because the district manages those funds. And so I would encourage you to speak with your liaisons to determine that process and making them available and what that looks like.
And with that, Christine had her hands up, so I think she'll probably want to maybe tie into the question that Andrew just asked.
Well, first, I just want to ask Chris, the snapshot that will be provided in April, will that include the extra descriptions in the work program?
Extra descriptions?
So in the in our work program, we give, the general information of the project, the description, the to from, and then there's always extra item segment comments. Will that April snapshot include those additional comments?
I am not certain, but I can get that answer for you.
Okay, that'd be great. And if it doesn't, could it please include those extra descriptions? It's the item segment description. I don't know. I call it extra descriptions, but
I know what screen
I
you're
think in the
mentioning.
past it did, and maybe most recently now it does not. And we've gotten feedback from some of our MPO partners. Can that please be included now?
Okay.
Great. And then Andrew, I'm sorry if you could repeat your question, I might be able to answer it, but.
Sure. I just wanted to, I know we talked about it a little bit, but for this May 2024, we talked about the deobligation of PL funds in the UPWP. But what about SU funds and sort of how that's going to play out and timelines for that?
Okay, so for District 4, we do not deob and then reob SU funds. So the SU funds can be deobligated, but they don't come back to your UPWP in the following cycle. So you can deobligate them as early as you know you don't need them anymore. The quicker you deobligate them, the earlier the opportunity to put those dollars onto other projects that are in need of funds. They could be closed out as well, but it's a timing thing. So we prefer, as long as you know earlier, we will, deobligate them as early as you know no longer need them. And they can be put towards projects that are in need of funding.
And for the ones that are in need of funding, just as a follow-up, is May too late for that? Or is that a fine timeline to still try to work it into that fiscal year? Or should it be sometime before May? If that makes sense.
If you know before May, I would say, definitely tell us and share with us what you want to do. So my understanding, and Chris, I know enough to be dangerous, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is reconciliation that goes on monthly for SU funds. And that's when they'll determine how much SU is available and when it's available and then what projects need it. So again, if you know earlier than May, we would love to get that organized with you. In my opinion, it's basically two separate steps. We'll be deobligating and reobligating the PL separate from the SU. They're different transactions, if you will.
Are there any other questions? Colleen.
Just a follow-up question to the schedule that you have on the screen, May 2024. Is there a date that this has to be done by? And because depending on when your board meeting falls, if it's May 15th, then we need to do that in April for our particular scenario.
So there is not a hard date for that. I will say that the earlier, and just caveating and piggybacking off what Christine was saying, the earlier that you can get funds deobligated, the better. Then we're not crunching up into the end of the state fiscal year. And of course, within conjunctions to when boards meet, the earlier the better. There's no hard date because it's a ongoing process until it's time for us to close our system for year-end processing.
Okay, but if we wanted to use those funds in year one of our new UPWP, would the deobligation have to be approved before the new UPWP is approved?
Yes.
Okay. And we also, we have, when we talk about it later coming up, we have the date set for May 1st as like a deadline for the MPO to transmit UPW amendments for any deobligation funds from the current UPWP to the district, because there's so many processes that have to go through. So we have it set right now for May 1st.
Okay, so that May 2024 is May 1st, 2024.
Yes, May 1st, 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Melissa, are there any online?
None at this time.
I've got one, Mike.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, this is Mark. On the first PL authorization, the 25%, on what are the FTA funds that are now being converted to PL funds. Aren't those funds available at 100% on July 1?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
I should have added that to the presentation. Thank you for your question, Mark. I think, Jennifer, you had another question that came up earlier.
Yes, Chris. So there was a question earlier this morning about the PL allocations. I guess all the MPOs have a draft of those allocations that was given to them at the last MPOAC. And there was a question about, does that change and when do those numbers get finalized?
That should not change. So, and let me take a step back. The PL dollars that come directly from FHWA should not change. What has the potential to change are the FTA dollars, because that comes at a later date. It's usually in the spring. And so if that is an increase in the funding, then we would have to balance for that on the back end. And so then there could be additional PL that would be provided. But it's hard to say when that will occur. It's usually sometime in the spring when FTA makes that available. I was going through my emails when you asked me the question to back into the last time I received an email. I did receive something in January, but that is not to say that that will happen again. So I will say the spring.
Does that answer your question, Dusty? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you so much. These are very important dates.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Somehow we got.
You might be going back.
Oh. Had the remote upside down. So my forward was actually backwards. Thank you for that. Otherwise, I'd be going all the way back to the beginning. There we go. Well, we're going to kind of briefly kind of touch over some of the things that we were talking about before lunch. So some of this will be a little bit of a refresher, but we were talking about commodities and goods, contractual services, and professional services. So we are going to, come on. I think it stopped working again. There we go. All right. Going to start off with another question. I know everyone probably had a good lunch. I know we did. So we'll start out trying to be a little interactive. So what is an example of a commodity or a good? It's something we kind of talked about a little bit before lunch. So this is kind of a good kind of refresher to get kind of back into this. There's a good number of things we kind of talked about. If anyone wants to maybe toss something out there. So that is a commodity or good, although good thing you actually brought that up. Even though it is allowable under federal rules, it is not allowed under state rule. So actually that's kind of a good one to toss out. What else would be considered a commodity or good that MPOs could probably or would use, should use?
Office supplies.
That's a good one. That would be if it's as long as you don't put the MPO's name or any kind of logoing or marketing information. And we're going to also follow up with our federal partners on that, because I think we had a question from Colleen in River to Sea with bike helmets and their usefulness for helping actually promote safety and awareness on that. But that's definitely a good thing. We've had some other MPOs who had bicycle bells for alerting, whether it be cars or other vehicles in the roadway of their presence. Anything else?
Just a follow-up clarification on that. With the federal dollars, we can't buy things like bike bells and things like that have your MPO logo on it, correct? But you can with local dues, because we do that, but to really raise awareness and have people come back to our website to find the resource and all the safety information we're trying to promote.
Yes, what we've working with our federal partners, what it sounds like is allowable versus what is not allowable is, say you have a bike bell and the bike bell has the ABC MPO's name on it. That would not be allowable. But if that same bike bell says, watch, look both ways, it's a safety message, that would be allowable. Same thing as our understanding is with the bicycle helmets as well. But we're going to double check with our federal partners on kind of what that nuance in that line is, because it does serve an important safety function, whether it be the bicycle helmet or the bicycle bells or any number of items. I know, safety offices will have like little lights that you put on your, that you wear at night. So vehicles are aware that you're walking along, or that you put on your bicycle. But we're going to follow up on that just to get some better clarity, so everyone will have a better idea of what they can do related to items like that.
Local funds, as Valerie mentioned, that should
Yeah.
follow local
Yes. Now, if there are local funds, what we're talking about are federal and state purchasing requirements. If local funds are involved, that's kind of, up to the rules or the regulations that from the entity that provided the local funds. In that case, you more likely could put the MPO's name, logo on that bicycle helmet or bike bell or whatever the item is.
Erica Thompson mentioned online for some of the bicycle and pedestrian safety items, it depends on the funding sources. Often you can use STBG and or SRTS funds. And then also just a reminder for everyone in this room to please use your microphone when you're answering or asking a question so those online can hear you.
Good reminder. Thank you. So here's the list, and I think we talked about most of these. Yeah, supplies, materials, the merchandise, which that would be the bike, excuse me, the bike helmets or the bike bells, food, which technically is a commodity or good, but is not allowable under federal or state. But then going back to the whole issue of local funds, many MPOs do collect local funds, and that's how they pay for refreshments, whether it be coffee, water, Danish or donuts, at their meetings. So that's how many MPOs pay for those. Also, you have equipment, basically your IT related issues, and also real property. So that'd be anything that would be more like building, property or other issues like that. So here's a kind of, again, this kind of, reiterates kind of, what are commodities or goods. Again, it kind of goes over that same information that was basically the answer in the prior question. Now, again, we've kind of highlighted food. Technically, it's a commodity, but is not allowable under state purchasing. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the differences between contractual or actually not differences, but kind of what are contractual and professional services. So contractual services are defined in Florida statutes, and right up here. It's section 287.012. And basically, what really differentiates this between something else is it's based around time and effort. Those are the two key ingredients that differentiate this between a commodity or good. So therefore, this is where you get into your contractual services. For most of us, what this would be related to consultant contracts. So when you bring someone on board to help you with your long range plan, or maybe you have someone that's doing your IT services, you have someone doing something that's using their knowledge and or expertise, their time and their effort. And so here's some good examples that kind of differentiate between the commodities and goods, contractual services, and professional services. Now, these are just some examples. There's a lot more that would fall under each of these. So for, again, the commodities and goods, you would have your computer equipment, software, and that sort of services. Anything that's the tables and chairs that we're sitting at today, that would all be considered under your commodities or goods. Your printers, your copiers, even your electricity and utilities, even though it's not something you can tangibly touch per se, that would still be considered a commodity and good. And then now with contractual services, I think we might have mentioned this a little bit earlier today, you have, especially for those MPOs that are independently housed or they take care of everything themselves, you have cleaning services, waste removal services, the trash pickup, maintenance and repairs. I mean, anytime you have a leak, you have to pay for that somehow. That would fall under contractual services. And then finally, into the professional services, which gets back again into your consultant contracts, for whether it be for your IT services, could be accounting services, bookkeeping services, or especially your transportation planning consultant services, where they're helping you with any number of planning projects that you have in your UPWP. And then one of the things we also kind of want to touch on is, competitive versus non-competitive, vendor selection. And this is also defined in state statutes in section 287.07057. Again, all of these links will be at the end of this presentation. You don't have to remember any of this stuff. You'll have a copy of the presentation, but you'll also have the resources at the end where you'll be able to click on all these links and it'll go directly to them. Again, the big item here is whether it's competitive or non-competitive, anything over that $35,000 threshold. And that gets back to what we talked a little bit earlier about, which was the Florida Simplified Acquisition Threshold, which is lower than the federal micro purchasing. If you remember, the federal micro purchasing was at $50,000 limit, but state statute has a lower level, which is $35,000. So if it's under $35,000, you're okay. Over $35,000 is when you need to start to get into the competitive process. Also, under non-competitive or exempt areas, there are some areas that have been specifically called out for within Florida statute or the administrative law. And those are basically contracts that have been procured under an active agreement through another state agency or a state term contract. We do have links in the presentation that'll take you to the Department of Management Services, or DMS, for contracts which you are able to, some call it piggybacking, but basically you're allowed to take part of those state issued contracts. Now, the caveat to that is you have to abide by whatever is in that existing contract. So if the contract says you can only use this vendor, or you can only use this item, or whatever is specified in that original contract of that state agency, that is what you have to abide by. You cannot amend or change that state contract, but you are allowed to tap into it. And with that, we're going to try to have a couple questions here. I think this person should be relatively simple. Contractual services are defined as the rendering by a vendor of its blank and blank rather than the furnishing of specific commodities. That's something we talked about just about within the last 5 minutes.
Effort, time.
You turn on your mic so that people online can hear?
Time and effort.
That is correct. Thank you. And our next one is for, for commodities and contractual services. I forgot that. There we go. For commodities and contractual services, solicitations above this amount must be competitively procured.
35,000.
35,000?
That is correct. Again, that all really goes back. The one thing, if you want to keep in mind for all of this is the Florida Simplified Acquisition Threshold. That's the $35,000 limit. I know in the past we received some questions related to the federal micro purchasing, which is that $50,000 limit. But it's really what we're all held to because of state law is that Florida Simplified Acquisition Threshold. With that, we had a break scheduled, but let's see what time it is because we're running way ahead. So maybe we just had lunch. Andrew has a question.
Yep, just for that 35,000 threshold, that's per year, correct? So you could have a contract that, like an agreement with somebody, a service that's, $60,000, but it's 30,000 per year. That's still not a competitive contract requirement.
Yeah, if the contract is 60,000, that it's what the contract amount is. That's what's going to trigger it.
Yeah, if the contract is for 2 years, then it would not be in this situation. You would have to competitively procure unless it was 2 years and 35,000.
Yeah.
So it's not per year. So you can't have a major contract that's, multiple years and it's, less than 35,000 a year overall, but you can't make it that way. Okay.
Correct. In that instance, you would need to have 2 different contracts. One for the $60,000 example, you'd need one contract that would be 30,000, and then another year, another contract that was 30,000, versus one contract that was 60,000 split over a 2-year time frame.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of splitting hairs, but.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
But you're not allowed to do that. If you have like a $60,000 contract over 2 years, you cannot split it in 2 to stay underneath that threshold.
That is correct. I mean, if you had a contract and it was 30,000 and then it turns out you need another one, that's one thing. But you don't want to purposely take something that was 60,000, split it into just to try to stay under the limit. So because basically at that point, you're just trying to skirt skirt state statute. So with that, I think we're just going to kind of keep going since we're running ahead of schedule. Romero is going to come up and start talking about UPWP deobligation and closeout, which Chris Bratton spoke to briefly, but Romero is going to take us in a little bit further into that.
Thank you, Mike.
Keep us awake, Romero.
That's what I'm here to do. So first, we're going to start off. So we're going to get into more depths about the deobligation process. But first, we want to ask, the MPO has until what date to submit the final invoice and close out the UPWP? I think we said this a few times today. I need microphones, people. I can't.
September 30th.
September 30th. You all are awake on the right side. I need some left side. All right, good job. Good job. Okay, so here we have the deobligation during the year 2 of the UPWP. And so since we're in that year right now, getting there, before May 1st, And that's kind of the date we set to help the different the correlation with everybody, processing and getting documents in for review. We want to deobligate before the closeout is available in year one of the new UPWP. So if you can get your deobligation in and you want those funds available for that first year of UPWP, you're good to have it submitted before May 1st. The obligation after closeout, after July 24, those funds will be available in year two of the new UPWP. And we have an example. The MPO chooses to deobligate $60,000 and reserve $40,000. So $60,000 is available after July 1 of 2024, but the reserve will be closed out, and that would be available year two of the UPWP. Everybody's following that? Question?
So I have a question about the before May 1st. So the obligation, is it due before May 1st? Is that what you mean?
Yes, and so because of timing, and when closeout occurs, and when we close it, they close out the tentative work program. They've already submitted the tentative work program to get budget for what will be the new fiscal year. So we can't touch that once we close the tentative work program. We can place the funds in year two because we don't build budget for that year. We only budget for 1 year at a time. So we can get it in that May 1st. That helps.
It helps, but it's not due by the first, more like.
Well, I mean, it depends on, like, say, if your board is going to meet soon. Again, May 24th is when the work program is doing their stuff. So if you can still get it in before like that last May 24th date, but just a safe date would be the May 1st to get that. If you need that funds available for that first year of UPWP, it'd be good if you can meet that date.
Yeah, because I know that funds has to be on encumbrance and then go back.
Correct, yes. So that's why we're trying to push it as close, early as possible to get all that stuff done, get a board approval signature, and get those documents approved.
Okay, thank you.
So that goes into our next, kind of give you a little quick timeline. So, question, Christine?
Not a question, just a comment. Just to be clear, could you go back one slide? So that May 1st deadline to deobligate, that is to to make sure your information is in place. There's work that the liaisons still have to do to actually deobligate those funds. Just because you say, I want to deobligate, it just doesn't happen. So there's leg work that has to happen. So Romero, if you're saying, the 24th is the date that work program, that's the cutoff date or the closing date or whatever, you can't tell us on the 23rd because we need time to do stuff. So that's why a lot of these dates are in place, because there's things that have to happen behind the scenes, and that's what your liaisons are working to do. So that's why the May 1st.
Yeah, we're setting that date. Yes. Question, Maria?
No, not a question. I just want to add on to Christine's point. So when you're deobligating PL funds, just know that you also have to process a UPWP amendment to the current one. And then that takes some time depending on how your board and your TAC works. So just keep that in mind, that May is just for everything to be done. That includes the amendment to deobligate those PL funds.
Thank you. So here we have kind of a timeline for the deobligation timeline before and after closeout. So we have right now set.
Erica Thompson has her hand up. Erica?
There we go. Oh, I just wanted to plug in a little reminder too that you are not able to program those deobligated funds until the whole deobligation has gone through for your new UPWP. So if you're planning on those funds, you have to get through the deobligation process before showing those on the new UPWP. That's it. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Erica. So yeah, if you need those funds, May 1st will be the deadline. Try to meet that deadline. So here we have March 15th, where you all are already getting ready and begin the process. The first deobligation starts. The MPO notifies the district of the total amount of funds MPO plans to deobligate. The MPO submits that draft UPWP, and right here you see it says the gap. So we're going to drop some breaking news here today. Our goal right now, we've been working with our consulting team, and we have the gap ready where the UPWP closeouts will now happen in the gap system instead of the MPO portal.
Has everybody here been know of the GAP system?
So we sent out, I think
doesn't?
a few months ago, we sent out for access for all MPOs who needed access for the GAP system. We have everybody set up now. All MPO and staff are set up in the GAP system. And so we have the workflow functioning. And so we are going to provide a full detailed training, probably the second week of February. But the goal now is for the current UPWP closeouts, we'll be able to be processing GAP for approval, as well as the new UPWP drafts and the UPWP will all be done in the GAP system now, instead of the MPO portal. It's real.
Does that scare anybody?
It's a real smooth functioning process. We've had a bunch of tests with it, and even for the training, we're going to do a live. We're gonna look for some volunteers, but our goal is to do a live training with the MPO and Federal Highway as well for that training, to just give everybody a peace of mind that the workflow is moving pretty good. But we've done a lot of tests, and it's been working real well. And so it'd be easier process, timelines, notification reminders. So I know a lot of times we're trying to rush documents through. You're probably picking up the phone. Well, it's already going to start that process for you. Let people know they got 10 days to review, 3-day review. Your past due, need you to review. Also, a lot of places for add comments, upload documents. If there's a correction, you can upload into the GAP system. And then again, it'll start the notification process again to everybody who's in that workflow to review that document and get it processed in a timely manner. So there's a lot of good things from the GAP system that we're looking forward to starting this year for the new UPWP and moving forward with TIPs and LRTPs.
It is much, much more user-friendly than using the SharePoint portal. So you guys will find it a benefit. It's going to make it a lot easier.
And giving access, and we have a 24-hour customer service available if you get the password and can't get in. There's somebody available. Of course, you can call me as well. Yes. So the April 15th deadline is for MPOs to approve that UPWP amendment to deobligate funds. And then we go into our May 1st deadline. And that's, like Christine said, there's a lot of work that has to go on the DOT side. So that's a deadline for the MPO to transmit the UPW amendment to deobligate funds from the current UPWP to the district. The MPO submits the UPW amendment for review and approval in the MPO document portal, which will now be the GAP system.
So the current UPWP that gets amended will also go in the GAP
Yes,
system?
all the current UPWPs are from our office. We're uploading those in the current GAP system now. So you'll see in the GAP system when we do our training, your current UPWP is already will be in the GAP system for each MPO organization. Yes.
Question on this timeline here. So the April 15th is the deadline for our board to approve the amendment, but then we have until May 1st to submit it to MPO, the UPWP amendment?
Yes.
If we don't need that, my board meets in between those two dates on April 24th. So, I mean, how hard is that April 15th deadline if I'm able to meet the May 1st deadline?
It's a timeline to try to just keep everything flowing, but if you can get it, it would be
But
great.
if I'm able to meet the May 1st with an April 24th board meeting, then that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This is trying to kind of give everybody an idea. If you're trying to get that money available for that first year, the timeline we have will help make sure you get that money available because of all the work that has to go in on the back end side. Like you say, you have to do an encumbrance. The MPOs, liaison have to process papers. We got to get it approved through federal house. There's a lot of things that go on. So if you can stick close to this timeline, you'll be in good shape. And then the May 1st deadline again, the deadline to transmit the UPWP amendment funds from the current UPW to the district. The MPO submits UPW amendment, which will be in the GAP system. So here we have the deobligation process before closeout, before May. MPOs cannot include anticipated deobligation funds in the draft UPWP. Deobligated funds can only be included in the draft UPWP once an amendment has been processed. So we had a lot of issues where people were putting deobligated funds in there, but they haven't been approved. And they kept going forward and never went back to make sure they had the approval. And then when they got their total allocation, it's off. But it never got approved the first time. So to make sure that you don't put the obligation amount in there until it's been approved in your UPWP draft. And so you hear a lot about the obligation to close out, but they're two different things. So the obligation, the way I look at it is you want those funds available for that first year, you want to deobligate. If you don't need those funds the first year, you can let them fall to close out. So that's the better way I look at it, to know the difference between first day obligation, second day obligation. So closeout is the funds will be available that second year of the UPWP. And so you see funds in prior year UPWP must be closed out with 90 days. EBITDA has until September 30th to have final invoice or closeout. Closeout occurs every other year, and liaisons initiate the closeout process. And so it's important to begin this process prior to September 30th. Do not wait until the deadline to start the process. With the 2-year UPWP, this termination occurs every other year. Therefore, there's no need to close out the grant between years 1 and years 2. The district MPO liaison initiates this closeout procedures after the final invoice has been submitted for 2-year UPWP. So for the closeout process, August 1st, the district sends a reminder to the MPO to finalize invoices no later than that September 30th date. The district processes the final invoice. Payment to MPO should be made within 40 days to avoid penalty, confirming FIDO that the final invoice has been paid. The district prepares a closeout letter and closeout form and forwards to MPO to review and sign. The MPO signs the closeout form and returns to the district. The district uploads to fax. The district prepares the contract status change and the FHWA funds closeout internal memo and email to distribution list on our internal memo. And the closeout process is completed on September 30th. This year, September 30th falls on a Saturday, so closeout is completed Friday, September 29th. Excuse me. So you have a question. What if the MPO anticipates that final invoice will not be submitted until after September 30th? Well, we have steps for that. The MPO must notify the district a time to allow the closeout process to occur by September 30th. They also need to, if the district anticipates it will not have the closeout memo completed before September 30th, the district must request in writing a time extension from Federal Highway. Once granted, the extension will be good for only an additional 30 days. After 30 days, another extension may be requested and granted if needed. Question.
Just as a best practice, thinking back to Hurricane Ian a couple years ago, would you say it's a best practice that even if you're not really sure how a hurricane or even a natural disaster may affect, that just to go ahead and make that request for the extension just to be safe anyway?
So I'm gonna give you the pros and cons of that. I had just started in my position when the hurricanes were hitting, and we had a lot of MPOs ask for extensions. And we had some who really didn't need the extension, but were asking anyway, but we kind of approved it. But yes, if you know for sure you're not, then yes, that helps the district. What we need to do to reach out to Federal Highway, get that extension. And Federal Highway has approved extensions. We have any kickback or issues with that. So if you know in advance, in time instead of waiting until like the 30th, that would be great. But yes, I know we had 2 years ago when the hurricanes hit, we had a lot of MPOs get extensions. Yes.
Hey, so you mentioned that the GAP training, you guys are going to provide it online in early February, or when will we receive more information on that system?
We'll send out information in January about what's coming up. The goal for the training will be like early February. And so the reason why we didn't send out the user information yet, because it would start the clock for your password 60 days. And if we're not doing training to February, the 60 days would have started. I believe everybody would have started calling and saying, hey, I can't get in the GAP. So just to be safe, but that's why we asked for all of you all's team members who will be using the GAP system. We manually went in there and set them up personally. So all MPOs, staff who are using the GAP are currently set up in the GAP. All I have to do is push a button that sends your login information, and you will be fully active.
Will that training be online, remember?
That training will be online and recorded because
everybody will be
and
attending.
that training is going to cover 3 things. It's going to cover how to do the amendments in the GAP system, and then it's also going to show the full new workflow, and then also going to show how to add the draft UPWPs and UPWPs into the GAP system. And so the goal is also, like to show how the Federal Highway, MPO liaison, central office, all the roles we play in that workflow. And so we'll go through a clean slate where we send something from the MPO all the way to Federal Highway. We also have FTA as a review, and then we also would do where Federal Highway rejects something. What is that trigger? What happens with that? How do I get back the document back uploaded? Do I have to start all over? So we're going to kind of show that whole process. But also we kind of put the timer in there because I've seen what people are pushing to get something approved quickly. Well, it's sending notifications already to the Federal Highway. It's also, it shows who has it. So you kind of, now you will know who's working on the document, which I think a big plus. So if you still need to send an email, you know who at Federal Highway has the document instead of reaching out to the whole team, or if it's with the liaison, who has the document.
Well, I guess, is that information for the training going to be sent out to all the directors, or
Yes,
is Mark sending it? Are you guys sending it?
We'll coordinate with Mark as usual, send out to all the MPOs about that information when that training day would be. But we also will record it because we know everybody may not be able to attend. But the recording will kind of be a full training, as well as we'll have like a PDF on some of the basic steps to how to upload, download, remove documents, forget password. So that training will be also, and PDF will be available.
There's a question online from Doris LeMay. How can we be sure we are on the list to have access to the GAP system?
Right now, she can send me an email, and I can make. I mean, we've sent out multiple correspondence, but we can take her name down, and I can check today to see if we have her as a user in the GAP system, and we probably will send out another notification in the new year again for access. We will send out another notification for access for all GAP users, for the MPOs. So I think we had this question a little bit earlier. Consulting projects that span multiple UPWP cycles. So the goal of the mechanism is to differentiate between the physical years. It's a potential scenario, the single contract with billing by physical year using separate purchase orders, or a single contract with billing by physical year, or separate task orders under on-the-call contract for each UPWP cycle, or a separate contract for each UPWP cycle. We want to make sure the UPWP shows funds in the correct physical year. The MPO may need to deobligate funds from UPWP to add them to a new UPWP. So I think it was Dave asking, and he was dealing with this issue. You have a project going past cycle, but right, the funds have to be in that fiscal year for that task. Any questions on that? All right, let's get to the goodie. We got see where you all at today. The UPWP closeout questions. If MPO chooses to deobligate $75,000 and reserve $25,000, when do each set of these funds become available?
The 75,000 will be available for the first year and 25,000 for the second year.
And can you explain to people why, if you can?
Because I said so. No, because you have to deobligate. The deobligated amount would be available in the first year. Then you reserve in the 25, which would you didn't deobligate those amounts.
Which falls into our closeout.
Closeout funds, and you just get that done.
Thank you.
You make it happen.
Thank you for being part of our training today. Yes. All right. So we have another question. If MPO chooses to deobligate, what 2 steps must be taken if it is anticipated that the final invoice will not be submitted until after September 30th? Yes, Andrew?
I guess the first step would be you notify the district, and then second step is the district notifies FHWA.
Yes, and there's one thing we missed. We already notified FHWA, but we got to do it in writing. So phone call, I know we have FHWA on speed dial, but we have to put it in writing to them that we need a time extension and get that approval. And there it is, yes. So next, any questions on that section before I move forward? All right, so DB compliance.
And Romero, this will be the last section for the day.
Don't get too happy now. All right, so first question, what is DBE?
Disadvantaged business enterprise.
Yes, that is correct. The DB certification program is a federal program designed for business owners deemed socially and economically disadvantaged. the MPOs and DBE. So we're working with a lot with the MPOs and liaisons on this as we cleaned up our process. That we have it in compliance now, which is awesome. As a recipient of federal planning funds, MPOs must comply with these requirements. The MPO certification process allows certifies if the metropolitan planning process is being carried out in accordance with all applicable DBE requirements. FHWA's primary recipients are required to have an approved DBE program plan. All FHWA funding provided to MPOs through FDOT is subject to the FDOT's DBE program plans. If the MPO is a direct recipient of FTA funds and more than 250,000 of those funds are used for contracts, then the MPO must have its own DBE program and goal approved by FTA. And here we just have the Code of Federal Relations for the Federal Certification Program for disadvantaged business enterprise, and we'll have that link as well at the end of the presentation today. And that explains the reason for the disadvantaged business enterprise and Title VI. So FDOT has a race neutral program. Per 49 CFR, we've been race neutral since 2000. And where the state transportation agencies achieve their overall goals for DB participation through race neutral means for 2 consecutive years, they must continue a race neutral program until they can no longer achieve the approved goal. Since 2000, FDOT has operated in an entirely race neutral DB program, and that it achieves DB goals through the normal competitive bid process. This means that MPOs must ensure that procurement and contracting documents carefully follow FDOT specifications and that they do not specify a project goal or contract sanctions for failing to meet DB availability. So we've created kind of a checklist when you're doing your request for procurement to make sure we're not giving points for DBEs, pros and cons of that, or local preference for contractors in the area. And so this is more pre-award. This tool is to help with the DB compliance, and also highlights from the checklist to make sure that all bidders have provided the bidders opportunity list, not just the awarded bidder, but also the ones who didn't win the bid. And also the bidder evaluation does not include consideration of points or using DBEs or local contracting preferences. So currently right now, the MPOs are doing what's called the short-term compliance, and that's where you all are managing your bidders opportunity list forms whenever you are going out for procurement, and that you all have been providing your commitments and payments report and your progress reports, which has been graded and approved by Federal Highway. So this is for the afterward. So once you have chosen a vendor or a consultant, this is the second part of the checklist. You want to make sure the DB has been listed. So right now we are working on updating the EOC system that FDOT uses to manage DBEs. And currently we're hoping July 1st to have that system updated and functioning to start putting your bidders opportunity list and commitments and payments back into the EOC system instead of you all are manually managing that right now. And the checklist that we have again will be shared for pre-reward and after reward after the presentation today. So right here we have DB assurances. Under the 49 CFR, MPOs are required to have a signed policy statement expressing their commitment to DB participation. The DB assurance is included in the UPWP statements and assurances, and we have that form available and is available through our FDOT procedure document library. The Title VI non-discrimination agreement must be signed every 2 years with the other UPWP statements and assurances. In addition, each contract MPO signs with a consultant or a sub-consultant must include the language required assurance. Include the required assurance statement. And this is also included in our MPO handbook. So I just kind of talked about right now, the MPOs, when we work with our federal partners, we came up with the short-term process after we realized that some of the system we were using was not up to date. And so we're in the short-term approved process right now for DB compliance. And that's where we're using the paper form for bidders opportunity list. And we're tracking the MPO commitments and payments. And we've also provided a template for MPOs who may not have a system already in place for tracking their payments to their DBEs. We have a template that we also can share after the meeting for MPOs to use to track their DB commitments and payments. Here's just what the bidders opportunity list form looks like. And again, you will see this is where whoever is bidding on the particular contract will provide the information, the firm name, if they're DB and non-DB. One of the easiest things for this form is just checking the box yes or no if they're DB or non-DB. That's the compliance of the form. Yes.
Just have a quick question. As far as the ongoing reporting and compliance goes, there was some talk about teaching vendors how to use this EOC portal. Are we still leaning towards, is that coming still in the future? Or
That is coming as well. I just had a meeting with our federal partner, Carrie Shepard, and our DBE coordinator, and they will provide another training before we go live. We'll have a full training on the EOC system, updates that were made for DB compliance.
And as far as that goes, are the MPO staff, are we going to be responsible for training these vendors to use that system?
So right now, I would say yes. Or
Okay.
if they want to bid on the contract with you, they will have to follow the guidelines to provide the bidders opportunity list and get access to the EOC system. And they're gonna touch on that. We've given that training before, and a lot of pushback because vendors may not want to go through all the process, but if they want that particular contract, they have to follow statute and provide that bidders opportunity list to bid on that contract.
And is there any opportunity for the MPOs to do it on behalf of the vendors once the initial RFP process is done and we're in the contract?
For the commitments and payments?
Well, just for like I think it's like monthly reporting that they have to do.
Yes, that is, yes. So the MPO contract manager or whatever, yes, can go in and provide the commitments and payments for that contract.
And we can do that on their behalf?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we've already touched on this, but we have FDOT has created a template for the MPOs to use for tracking the commitments and payments. And I can say I've been working with the liaisons, and they've been providing that faithfully in the quarter progress reports. So this goes into what we're talking about, the long-term goal. Right now we're short, but our goal is to get everything back into the EOC system. When MPO enters their bidders opportunity list in the EOC system, and it also goes to the GAP system syncing. So when MPOs are doing their advertisement, I'll walk you through this. When MPOs do the advertisement for a new contract, the advertising number will now data dump into our EOC system. That's when now the vendors can go in and provide the bidders opportunity list for that particular contract. Once that contract has been executed, the MPOs will go back into the GAS system now and provide the start and end date for the contract total amount. Once that's done, you provide the contract number for the MPO's contract number, because you have a FDOT agreement number, you have your own personal contract number for the contract you're working on. Once you do that, that will data dump now to our EOC system, and this is what we're working on now. Well, now whoever the awarding bidder is can now go in, or the MPO contact can on their behalf provide the commitments and payments that they have planned for that contract that's going to go to the DBE as far as the amount of money they're committing. And again, the goal is 10.5%. There's no penalty if it's not meet that. It's just a goal. So I know some people sometimes get worried, like we have to meet. It's a goal. Yes.
Is this in place now?
No, it's not in place.
Okay.
So this is long term. This is where we're working for 2024. I'm sorry. So that's what we're working for. And again, we'll be sending out correspondences with our office through Mark as well for the MPOs. But our goal right now is to go live July 1st. So I'm working with our programmers right now on this. Yes.
Is there any opportunity in the future when this does go live, throughout the actual procurement process prior to the contract being executed, are the proposers allowed to still submit just the bidder's opportunity list form rather than going through the process with the EOC and doing that at least for the procurement process?
Until we go live with the long term, that process is still in effect, and that's so if you have any contracts up until next year, June 30th, 2024, they will still follow turn in the bidders opportunity form for compliance.
If we prefer to use the form rather than asking proposers during the procurement process to use a portal that they've never used before, are we allowed to do that, or is it just going to be straight through the portal? That's it.
So the problem is moving forward is we have the Federal Highway pulls a report from the EOC system, and so we want to get that information in there to get the credit for DB compliance. And so moving forward, I can talk to your office to see if the MPO wants to fully enter all the information in. But I know right now the bidders have to go in. The bidders have to go in to do the bidders opportunity list.
I think that's the difficulty that we're
Correct.
at, because it's difficult to get people to do that, especially when they don't even know if they're going to get the contract.
Correct. And so that's something that we can talk to our EO team to see if that's something that they're fine with, because there's like 2 forms that have to be filled out and a small CBT that has to be taken to get access to the EOC system. And that may be a lot for a small business or a small planning firm. We can talk to it and get back to you on that to see what options are if the MPO wants to handle that part for the bidders.
Thank you, Renner.
There is a question online. Will the system be flexible enough for GPC contracts with multiple consultants, or would each consultant require a different contract number?
So I'm glad whoever asked that, and the answer is yes. We made sure now that it will have multiple task work orders for that one contract. That was one of the issues before that we found out that once you had an MPO agreement in the contract, you couldn't add in any other projects to that one contract number. So now it has multiple tasks that you can pull and use the same FM number or segment number, but have multiple tasks for that project. Thank you for whoever asked that. All right, we're almost there, people. So first question, which agreement must be signed every 2 years with the other UPWP statements and assurances? Yes.
Is it the DBE assurances?
Close.
Right.
Close. The Title VI non-discrimination agreement. What are the names of the 2 systems being updated for reporting DBEs? And so I'll give you one of them because I didn't probably give the acronym, the EOC system, which is our Equal Opportunity Compliance System, but I need somebody to give me the other system. We just all asked about it. Can you say that for me through the microphone, Colleen?
GAP.
Thank you very much, which is called the grant application process. I know you all love acronyms, so that's what it stands for. And on that, people, I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you. We at the end of the wrap up for today's. Yeah, oh, you got a question? Yes.
I do have a question before you move on. You were on the checklist, the post-award checklist, and the first item was the contract has the DBE listed. Yeah, right there. What do you mean by that?
So, if there is a DBE for the contract, they'll have the DB firm listed.
Okay, so if there's a
if it's none, then it's no fine. So the bidders list in the beginning will notify me if there's a DB or not. So everybody who's applying, they may have 3 different sub-consultants, but like right now on your commitments and payments, it's a box to say yes or no. So they may list 3 different sub-consultants, but they're all non-DBEs, and that's fine. We just need to be acknowledged if there's a DB or non-DB on the contract.
Okay, so if there's a DB that's a sub in the contract, it needs to be listed as part of the contract.
Correct, yes.
But only the DBE.
Only if it's a DBE. And if it's not, it needs to state that there won't be a DBE. But this is the checklist is just saying if it is, it should be listed.
Okay.
Any more questions before I pass the clicker?
I don't think there's any other presentations, are there?
It is not.
All right.
Hold on. Go ahead.
When you get a copy of all the slide, oh, sorry. We sent out the copy of all the slides, there's going to be quite a number of resources that you'll be able to go click on and that will take you there. So these are all the resources that we talked about related to the UPWP. All these are about the eligibility of what expenditures, invoicing, progress reports. Here we talked about the commodities, goods, contractual service, professional services. Oh, yeah, down at the bottom, this is about the DMS, Department of Management Services, state contracts and agreements. This is where if you want to try to piggyback, on something that's already been purchased through another state agency, you can take a look and you can work with that. All these are links that you can go to related to anything related to the UPWP deobligation and closeout. And then finally, this is all the information that Romero just talked about related to DBE compliance. So I do want to let you know that all of these resources, all hot linked here. When you get this slides, you'll be able to click on it and go to these. We'll be sending us probably later in the week because we need to integrate Dan's and Chris's presentation into this. And then we need to drive back to Tallahassee. We should be able to get this out later in the week. And the PowerPoint is too large to email. So we're going to PDF everything, send this to Valerie and her team. That way she can put it up on her website. The links will stay there once we PDF them all. The links will still be active. That way Valerie and her team can either email this out, put this on their website, and everyone online or everyone here will have access to all of our slides today. And with that, I will turn over to Jennifer to help wrap us up and then maybe set the stage for tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you. So you've just received the central office high-level overview, and tomorrow you get to hear from District 4 and their staff, and we're going to dive a little deeper into the nitty-gritty, really get into those invoicing questions and sort of how District 4 handles it. I wanted to get a little feedback before I leave, so I'm just going to kind of like call on some MPOs starting to my right with Indian River. Was there anything that you were hoping to hear about today that you didn't, or what was your big takeaway?
Hello, folks. Again, Mark, really putting me on the spot to get started with. I have to think about this one. I thought the UPWP stuff was really wonderful, especially as you may notice, I'm a younger person. So this will be kind of the first round for me on that. So I thought that was really cool. But I love being down here, and it's always great to see central office staff. You guys work really hard. District staff is awesome too. But yeah, so.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Polk County. And what was something that you wanted to hear about that you didn't, or what was your big takeaway for today?
I would say the biggest thing is, one of the things that I think we all kind of experience is we kind of get too focused on how things are done in our area, how things are done with our specific liaisons, our specific district. And one of the things that we wanted to do was kind of see, how do things differentiate between District 1, where we're from, versus District 4, kind of see other people's feedback, other people's input on how they do things. I mean, while for the most part, a lot of this doesn't really affect us in the sense of our regular operations. I mean, it was kind of more just kind of seeing what everybody else's experiences and feedback was, just to see if there's anything that, we could learn or anything maybe we could possibly look into doing differently.
That's great. Yeah, I love it for that too. I think it's nice for everyone to hear all the different ways that it's done. You can definitely learn from that. Next up, we have some Space Coast people in the house.
Hi, everyone. For me, it's the UPWP portion was really important and interesting to me because in our TPO, Laura Carter, who's my boss, she's the one that's writing it and she's teaching me this stuff. And coming here kind of make what she's trying to teach me or tell me kind of makes sense. It's clicking then when I was doing it with her and I'm like, it's going over my head. So this training here clarified a lot of things that have been taught so far. And a lot of the funding authorization with the grants and stuff, that was interesting and that's very helpful. It kind of aligns what she's trying to teach me. So for me so far, it's been great.
That's great. It sounds like it reinforced a lot of stuff that you're learning.
Hey,
That's
Jennifer.
awesome. Did you have anything you wanted?
You have somebody else here from Martin MPO.
I didn't realize that. My bad. I thought you were with this guy.
I'll remember. I'll remember that, Tony. No, I just want to give a shout out to Valerie and her team here at Palm Beach TPA for having this hosted here. Great. Yeah. And no, I think your team here at FDOT did a good job of explaining the UPWP, and I hope to hear more about it and into the weeds kind of things tomorrow. So thank you guys.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have some people from River to Sea. And we really appreciate, I mean, we had tons of questions. I think, I think that you guys probably got a lot.
Yes, I think we got a lot out of it. I think our organization and what we've been through the last couple of years. I'm a new executive director. I have a new accounting manager. So we really don't have anyone to learn from our TPO. So it was great, Valerie, when I saw this come up and was going to be in town and able to attend. We thought it was important to come down here in person rather than being online. But there's a lot of questions that I've had with regards to DBE and contracts. And I know, Romero, we've spoke a couple of times and it's been very helpful. And sometimes I find that we do things the way we do them just because that's all how we've always done it. And that might not be the best way to do it. So learning how other MPOs, develop their UPWP, last year, or 2 years ago was the first time I ever developed a UPWP. I hadn't been involved in that prior to this time. So going into it with at least one UPWP under my belt, and then going through a lot of the questions, making sure we get the timing set up to when our board approves and when y'all need to see stuff, I think is very helpful to set that schedule out. One question I have is, I know tomorrow really is focusing on District 4. Is there going to be another opportunity to talk with our district is District 5, and I know District 5 does things differently than, what has been presented here, so.
Yeah, we certainly can facilitate something with you and your district similar to what District 4 is doing. We'd be happy to do that. Talk to us in the new year and we'll try to set something up.
Okay, that would be great, because I know over the last couple of years, I mean, getting our invoices in order and straight, we've gone through a lot with District 5 and what they've required. So we want to make sure we continue to do it the way District 5 does it. And if there's a little bit nuances, we don't want to incorporate something new. So,
Sure.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Collier MPO.
Two things. I want to say that this is a very timely workshop. Collier MPO is working on our fiscal year 25-26 budget. I'm going to be diving into our draft UPWP soon, and we really appreciate this opportunity to go over some of the important aspects of the UPWP. Second, I just wanted to make a comment with respect to deobligations. I think it's important to keep in mind that when you deobligate, you do get the funds year one, but you won't get the letter of authorization to spend the funds until September or October or maybe November. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind when deobligating funds. And this is at least with respect to District 1, maybe not District 4, but that's been our experience.
Good point. We also have, I didn't have a chance to go say hello, but I think we have Miami in the house. Woo-hoo! All right, let's hear about what your either takeaway or was there something that you wanted to hear about that we didn't cover?
Well, I want to thank Valerie again. Thank you so much for having us. I'm fairly new. The show has, I think, a year more than me. So the whole training has been very helpful. There were some gaps that I wasn't sure about because, when I came on board, it was new to the MPO because I used to do county finance. So this is pretty new. The obligation was definitely one of those gaps that I kind of had like questions about, and it was pretty well explanatory, like about the dates and stuff like that. And thank you for that. That's correct. The obligation, like she said, you don't get the letter till a couple of months after that. Do you have anything to say?
Well, thank you for reminding us from Miami. Thank you, Valerie, TPA, and everyone else. So it's a pleasure to be here again, to be for 2 more years. Hopefully to see you soon on the FMPP next year as well, so we can go over the questions and continue making better, more efficiency this every 2 year UPWP budget. And thank you. Good to see you all.
Great, thank you. And then Palm Beach, who wants to talk?
I'll jump in. Thank you so much, everyone, and all the FDOT crew for coming all the way down here, and everyone who made time to come here today. This was really great. I think that it's a lot of information. It's a lot to dive through for some of our staff. We have staff that's brand new, and like we said, a lot of acronyms, a lot of things. So it'll be good to review the presentations once we receive them and reach out with more questions. But I think this really helps connect a lot of the dots. So we really appreciate everyone joining us today. I don't know if Andrew or Alora want to mention anything, any questions or any thoughts?
Sure, I'll go. It was great to meet everyone in person from the different agencies. I got a lot out of it with the invoicing and also the obligations. And I think you're following up with the one question I still had, and I think a few others did, was with the UPWP and breaking down those tasks when it comes to showing it by personnel and then direct expenses and how detailed we need to get on that. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that tomorrow with D4. But overall, I learned a lot.
Thank you. Did you have anything?
Sure. The best takeaway for me, I think, is all the statutes listed out, all the federal, in CFR where you can find all the authority to do the jobs that we do, because that's a big thing for me is I want to see it written down. I want to know what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do. And I think that was very helpful. There was a ton of them that I wrote down. Very, very good stuff.
Excellent. Yeah. And then online, I know we have Sarasota Manatee out there, David. I don't know who else, but we'd like to hear what your takeaway, or was there something that we didn't cover that you were hoping we would?
If you would like to talk, you can just raise your hand and I can allow you to speak. In the meantime, there was a question just to clarify tomorrow, whether that is for those who are just in District 4 only, or if you're outside of District 4, can you attend? What's the game plan?
I'm seeing nods from District 4. Certainly, if you are not in District 4, you are welcome to attend. I think it kind of speaks to what we heard earlier, just hearing what others do can help you and see if there's ways that it might help your processes. So please, you are welcome to attend even if you're not in District 4.
Francesca, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. So just wanted to chime in from Miami-Dade TPO as well. Jessica and Deshelle were able to attend in person. I've been attending online. My main questions were about the UPWP development. So I was really happy to get my question answered about some of the structure and how some of the tasks should be listed. So, and then also just getting some clarification on terms that are a little bit new for me as well, with the obligation also, and then also just kind of getting a better sense of the funds that things that we're able to do with our local funds and understanding that process as well. So I think it was helpful.
Thank you so much, Francesca. Anybody else online? I can't see you, so I can't call on you, but.
Hello.
Go ahead. You can talk whenever you're ready.
Okay, this is Chris with Forward Pinellas, and I'm fairly new to the organization. It's been about a year, so appreciate all of the information. It was definitely a lot, but it gives me a good jumping off point, so thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any others out there? I'm not seeing any. So I'll just, oh, did you want to say anything in closing?
I don't think Erica is on.
Oh, did she just sign off? And then D4, was there anything you
Yes.
wanted us to cover before we depart?
No, I think we're good. I think that there'll be it's on there. I think that tomorrow we're going to cover some more district specific information, but as Colleen mentioned, I mean every MPO is different and has different needs, so you know we're going to depend on your participation. That's key. So any information, best practices you can bring, it'll help the day go by quicker as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.